Oh, oh, they made it. Okay, okay. Still tons of selling. I didn't hear what she said, what Yellen said there, Buzz. So you all in chat said that she was the one that made the market move, but I didn't see exactly what she said. No, no, wrong way. Yuck. All that volume and you couldn't go. They'll borrow 5% less. Huh. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I didn't actually read the news of what this is. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Oh, jeez. Crap. Yuck. 3,000 share bidder and it couldn't go. I don't know, Buzz. I have no idea. It's pretty obvious, though, isn't it? Wow. That's ugly. I already hate trading this one. It is the end of the month. Wow. Yo, that's messed up. I just don't see how we're getting those cuts when inflation is going the wrong way. I mean, we're setting ourselves up for a massive pullback. UPS? Oh, I didn't even see they had earnings. That is definitely a story being told. Though Amazon does deliver a lot of their own packages now. So I don't know. Some people. Yeah, I think the reality of the news is catching up to that stock on ITRM. Tell her it's my birthday. Who's this? No, definitely not. Vera did $31. Thing's gonna moon, isn't it? What's up, introverted whore? How you doing, homie? What's up, Raven? Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. How do I fill down there? I saw y'all hitting coin. Morning, Will. Bullshit, Phil. Well, there you go. Whoa. Oh, shit. It's 8 o'clock. Freaked the hell out of me. Right, let me get out. See if we get some fresh news here. Disney. I hear that right? All the agreement reached. He did say Disney, right? Chuck did say Disney, right? It's not holding up like it's Disney. Get out. MOTS pop out. All right. Shit, did I miss that? Yep. He did say freaking Disney, right? Oh, Walt Disney Studio and Pixelworks Center. LTU agreement. Okay. It's Disney. Yuck. How's this going up? The bid was at 49. Oh my. Okay. Oh, high day? Yeah, low day. High day, low day. Just like that. Just get me out. Oh my gosh. All right, you're deleted. All right. Bots trying. All right, Nick. Thank you for the video. I really don't care for how these things are moving, especially this Mott's. They just do an offer. Okay. I think Bitcoin and all of them should be starting to move nicely with the Bitcoin move, all the Bitcoin stocks. Jeez.
What? And also give it a try. And then choose.
Well, that sucks. What happened to this thing? Oh, come on. What is the spread? Don't you dare go as soon as I get out. 6. Good fill. All right, snapping. I'm ready. All right, I hate the stock. There's nothing else moving though. And the TS had a little bit of a play there, but that pulled back so much. It's a 5-minute cuck now. Kira, yeah, this thing turned into garbage real quick. Subclassify. Maybe. think it's gonna run into some resistance at that VWAP. So ICCM is interesting. Don't you put in a freaking red candle now. You piece of shit. Bullshit. That was nice. Oof. A lot of selling up there too. See if a 30-second chart gives us a clue. That next move. So over 96. See if it goes. Okay. Hey, in the books every morning instead of trading. Just wanted to pop it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, fifth form. We miss you, homie. It's gonna go again. Yeah. Good fifth. Good, good. Yeah, I got you. I got the humor there. Hmm. 2 held. Or is holding. Alright, there's a 30-second cock. Getting a lot of volume now, jeez. Textbook reversal. I don't know if it's a reversal. And you could have said the same thing about this setup too. Well, unless the 3-stick pattern has to do with the gap down first. I don't know. I wouldn't say this is a reversal. Maybe a short-term reversal for that little pop. But like overall, momentum changing reversal, I'm not sure. Three inside? There's only 2 inside. Or there's really, I mean, you're talking about 3 inside this one? Post a picture. All right. That is, wait. Which one are you? What's your Discord name? This is what I see in. Oh, there it is. Does this candle have to break anything here? Because if so, you didn't do that yesterday. It's good you're reading those patterns. There's a lot of those type that I don't know. Like by the book, I don't know. There's tons of these things. I wish I would spend the time to learn them. As long as it cocks second day high. Okay. Is it a short term reversal or is it freaking like complete momentum changing? We're not going down anymore reversal. It doesn't matter if it, man, does it matter if it gaps down? Let me look it up. 3 inside up. Well, all I'm saying is this could have been the exact same setup. I mean, granted, it didn't close up here. Well, no, this isn't an insight candle. I take that back. All right, maybe this is. That'd be something. Are you serious? This piece of shit. It's very interesting. Yeah, that is an interesting setup. We'll see if it plays out. Does it give probability of success on those? Because not every pattern's like 100%, right? But sometimes in the books it gives you probabilities or statistics on how often it is, right? Cannot believe this piece of shit is going now. Literally stopped me out down here. Come on. Wasp, let's go. 10 months, homie. It's only been 10 months. Feels like forever. It's a big pop on save. What's up with this? Yo, what's up with save? Thing is popping up out of nowhere. don't see anything, Cam. We were just asking about it. It pop out of nowhere. File expedite appeal. Oh, an appeal was filed for JetBlue and Save. PXLW with a W over 218. Big buyer there at 208. Almost. Big buyer at 204. Jeez. AOI. Well, Pixel W. Failed breakout. Save, pulling back. Maybe 9 a.m. will give us something. And Pixel W just right back up. Damn right, Savage. Glad you recognize.
Hope you have a great day today, smiley face.
Thank you, Ninja, for your 5 months. For your face is doing good. See if we get any 9 a.m. news here. ADTX curling. Nothing, huh? ADTX is the only thing that's got a decent look right now. Even that's kind of slowed down. NBY with a bullshit headline. Probably juices some. %60 year-over-year growth. Subscription-based sales. RVSN hitting high day. Can you fill me any slower? Whoa! Holy shit. Just gonna let it ride. RVSM with news now. Big sellers showing up at 18. Hidden sellers, man. I'm not digging that. That gotta go away. There we go. Now it's gone. Now push this 18 and forget about it. See if 1750 holds. So far. Keep walking up. Don't get hit. Keep walking up and don't get hit. Super thin. If that 18 can break, it's on. Push. Yes. Yesterday's high, 1835. Tapped it. Hmm. We're back to green. That sucks. That was a nice 1 minute that kind of failed. Yeah, sometimes, sometimes the news doesn't matter until the thing loses steam, and then the news matters. So, yeah, you're right. Freaking UTI antibiotic isn't groundbreaking treatment, but at the time, it didn't matter. Someone's pushing the stock, they got it to move. Tradable, and then the reality of the news set in, and it was kind of bullshit. All right, here's a cuck. See if this 9 holds. That would be probably the line in the sand here for these last hundreds I got. It's holding above 17, so that's a good sign. Get out fast. You have a UTI? No, good. So okay, good. Yes, I know I have 100 shares. My entry is so good on this that I'm seeing if this can kind of play out and give us that RVSN, 1836 move. This is kind of where I have green on the day. I've got a cushion. I can stop out, break even on the rest of this and not think anything of it. I really would like to see 1836 break today, though. Pre-market would be even better. AGFY, is it moving? AGF, I thought it. It's got potential. It's got to get over 87. And really, these penny plays, they've got to hit $1 and hold it, and it didn't do that. So if it gets up here again, it's going to be a resistance. But your first spot would be that 87. No price compression here if this holds. You gonna do it? 4. Nine, 2. Take it out. Go. All right. Got the daily. Gonna hold. Over 35. Yeah. A lot of freaking volume here. Here's your 138. Apple will ship 600,000 Vision Pro headsets in 2024. Jeez. Did you say $6 million? It's pretty big for this company, right? Didn't they just do a reverse split? Yeah. Yeah, this is thin. $16 million deal. E-Trade showing the market cap of this thing is 640,000. Keep that on watch. I've got to go potty so bad. Jeez. Okay. It's gotten really, well, it's light volume, but it just seems thick. NVVE. Did that just explode? Yeah. A lot of movers this morning. Vera starting to go. This NVV is interesting. They obviously tried to put out a pump piece for the reverse split that it looks like they did. Reviews. Cock and go? Nope. Oh, maybe it is. I'm gonna go potty. I'm waiting for this market to open up so I can just put this freaking limit order in. All right. Jeez. All right, potty break. Ow! Freaking A. Be back. Ride or die, baby. Let it ride. Geez, 22, huh? Oops. C-Bus, it's a stop loss. Just in case while I was away, for some reason it dropped you know, I was out. Nexy, wow. Salt, there goes your freaking Nexy. This doesn't look very thick for a... Yeah. I told you this looked good yesterday, Salt. I said that looked like a nice close. I told you. Let's go, Salt. Make that money. Make that yam yam. Cura. Nice neck on Cura. Phase one. Wow. UPS, what are you gonna do here, bud? RVSN trying again. So it really needs to break away. Over 22. Oh, yeah. Gotta hold it, though. There it goes. Go, 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 go. Nope. Come on. There it goes. Nope. Come on. Piece of shit, Phil. Nexi open. There it goes. Oh, I chickened out. It's a pretty good open, though. Say... Bounce up, bounce up, bounce up, bounce up. We haven't had any stocks recently, like maybe one, that have gone up into a second halt right away. You know what I mean? I think we had one, yes, or it was an IPO. Maybe they did it. I don't know. It's like 95% of the time, month of January, first halt is a sell event. UPS, couple inside 5-minute candles building. 1 minute on RVSN. NVVE, cuck and go potential. That one, I don't know. Just don't know. Cura still going. Don't you do it again to me. Frickin' hey!
What? What's that smell? Cologne?
No.
I'll pretend. opportunity.
No, money.
Damn you.
It's not
Salt
money.
Life giving out 5. Are you making that yam yet? Are you all out? Are you still in? How many shares of Nexi did you have, by the way? Freaking animal. All out. Nice work, Salt. Jeez. You gonna go now? Well, it broke that level. Didn't do much. There it goes. Nexi trying again. Did we just drop an... Oh, jeez. What was the 10 o'clock news? Was there anything? Consumer confidence of January. It was pretty much in line. Jolt's job. 9 million, expecting 8.75. Is that while we're moving? Nexi back up. Did we just drop a nuke? That's funny. Nexi halting up again. Oh, failed. Oh, I didn't see it. This was a failed cuck right here. That would have been the entry. That would have been perfect. W on RVSN. W on NVVE. Well, that's a 5-minute, I think. Yeah. Still got my... There we go, RVSN. Come on. $20.30. Kira got it. Cura. Nice move on Cura.
So sexy.
Son of a gun. Nothing like a dude, damn it, dancing on your lap at 10 o'clock in the morning. Did I pay out the prediction? No, I did not. Oh, someone did. Dude must have. NVVE is still interesting. Yeah. There's a big wick here. 45.10. Nexi trying again. CLDX in the scanners. Cura 1 minute. RSN 23 almost there. There's a lot of volume this time around, it feels like, but not a lot of push up, not a lot of thrust when it breaks these levels. It's always a lot of sellers. Pepe G. Oh, jeez. Pepe the Frog play coming back. What's up, Happy Algo? How you doing, homie? Nexy, nice W on that. Little wall here, and then we got some movement. A lot of things starting to hit scanners. RVSN 1 minute, that one looked really nice, but it doesn't go. Goes RVSN getting outside the Bollinger Bands now. I'm here for that. Whopping 25 shares. Nexy, nice. Cura, maybe a 5 minute on that guy. cure a 5-minute. Next he went. Damn. Wow. Next he's on fire. Nexie, calm your tits. Absolute beast. You saw that? I mean, it's a good sale. Good sale. I mean, 14 would have been a better sale, but it's still a good sell at 11. You're just spreading the wealth around. You're letting someone else make the big profits, Salt. What's up, Fifth? $6,000 shares? Jeez. All right, RVSN. I haven't heard Chuck at all this morning. There's really not that much going on. TLTR. After MC, which will be the next meme stock? I don't know. Maybe pot will do some fun stuff if the laws on it changed, which seems to be in the works. NVVE coming back up. 5-minute cut can go would be great on that. Nexie's an absolute animal. Give me a pullback Nexie. This might be a failed cuck. We'll see. Oh, jeez. POL. Scanners. Did Nexi halt again? Wow. Oh, Kira right back up. Go break this 22. Big old flush out right here. Okay. Okay. DWC pop. $17.60. Jeez. PXLW. Lot of jeez. No. I'm not gonna trade it. So we're getting into these penny stocks that are getting 1 million share plus. I'm just refusing to trade these now. UPS diagonal. $17.50 on Nexi. Jeez. Hey, so remember when you had 3,000 shares in Nexi? I kid. That's gotta suck when you actually nail the trade right, and then you take your profit only to watch it, and you had a nice size. You know, you were like, "Oh man, I'm loving it. My nips are hard. It's going to the moon. Let's do it." And you hit that moon, and then you realize it was going to Mars, and you didn't know that. That's a pain. That's when FOMO is a little tough to swallow. But when you had size, and you landed on the moon. And then you realize it was going to Mars. All right, here's our poker link for today. Pinned. UPS broke. Oh, Ming Chi Kuo, 15% iPhone sale decline is what he's saying. Holy jeez. That's massive. Ming Chi, 2024 iPhone shipments likely to decline significantly by about 15% year over year due to structural challenges. All right, that broke my level. Out the rest of this. The 21. They just raised the price by 15? Did they really? All right, 5080s yesterday's low. Let's see what happens when we get there. That's a Ming Chi's been moving Apple recently, so when he talks, we listen. All right, now I'll sell some of that. I don't exactly know who Ming Chi is. I know he's an Apple analyst. I think he's like the guy out of China. Let me look him up. TF International Securities. Asia Pacific. Nexi opened up 1820 now. Holy moly. What's up with DWAC? Watch DWAC with a daily W potential. Yeah, I see it, switchers. Focused on Apple and Nexi and DWAC right now. half boob on stream? What? Nexie pushing 20. So I can show half boob? Where are you seeing that? That I'm allowed to show half boob? Or anybody for that matter. 2070. Holy crap. It's got to be artistic boob? Oh, I can give you artistic boob. That's just all in the eye of the beholder. But the key is, can you show nip yet? Because what's a boob without a nip? You know what I mean? Fake nips. Get out the rest of that even. How's the spreads on Nexie? Are they not terrible? Jeez, the volume. Nexie has a 1 minute. POL back up. Curo with a 1 minute around VWAP with a couple cucks here. Nope. Degenerate, great job, man. There it is. All right, starting the poker tourney. Link is pinned if you want in. Oh, there's a lot of you. Okay, hang on. Get you guys in now. Those are the good days there, switchers. All right, starting it up. AAOI up a buck. Oh wow, Apple did go back down. Damn it. Stopped me out right here and then took it. Piece of junk. EOS. RBT down. See ya, Switzer. I got you, Rip. VVOS. What are you doing, bud? It's a former runner. Rated? MDAI? I've seen it hit the scanners a couple times. Oh, I'm not a huge fan of the daily. However, that's interesting. See if that holds up. Man, YouTube is slacking. YouTube viewership on YouTube needs to pick it up. That's all I'm saying. Is it really, William? What kind of music you got, William? I'll play your stuff. DM me in Discord. I'll play your stuff right now. EDM? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, that's maybe true there, Big Harry. You see it a lot at the beginning of the year, man. People have all this extra money and then they just blow it all in the first 2 months. It's like, it's the same thing that happens at the gym this time of year, right? You get all the New Year's resolutions people in there and then they all are gone in like a month or two. Electronic dick message. Ah. Let's give it to me, William. Come on. World premiere. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, jeez. Y'all are just tripling up old SJ here. Just knocking people out. Just knocking people out. Send the channel to me. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, a little background music here. There we go. William E. Leaf. Am I playing the right thing? I didn't even.
I've been walking on broken glass, hoping the pain would make my love last. I'm addicted to your touch, and I can't seem to get enough.
Apple. Oh, should have held those. No, this is William. This is William E. Leaf in chat.
Tia said Tango Sandy Michael also seeing increased activity after Apple
nice.
circulations.
I'll brave the flames, and I won't give in.
Apple new lows.
My heart is racing to the end. I won't give up.
See, what Ming Chi is failing to mention here is, yes, they might sell less iPhones. They are also going to sell 600,000 headsets at $3,000 a pop.
Keep all my demons
Last I checked, an iPhone was what, $1,500 retail? So
But they're
this is the buying opportunity.
calling out my name. 'Cause I'm caught up in your love game.
You can't hear this? It's supposed to be background music.
I'll run through fire just to feel your touch. I'll brave the flames and I won't give in. My heart is racing to the end. I won't give up until I feel your touch again. I know it's crazy, but I can't help myself. I'm addicted to
Of course, you
the
get your
way you
freaking
make me
king.
feel.
Wrote it for your
And
girlfriend?
even though it just might hurt my skin,
Did she grab your booty after she heard it?
I'll keep running just to feel your touch again.
Why, don't ask me, Thrill House. I didn't write it. William did.
Hoping the pain
This
would
guy.
make my love last. I'm addicted to your touch, and I can't seem to get enough. I'm like a moth to a flame.
His uncle.
Can't resist your burning game. I'll run through fire just to feel your touch. I'll brave the flames and I won't give in.
I got one more from
My heart is racing.
William after this. The one he wanted me to play. This was just the one they showed up on.
I won't give up until I feel your touch again.
For a month after.
Well, definitely got some every night for a month after this song.
Alright. This is the one that was supposed to play, apparently. Oops. Dude, you made a 30-minute song? The hell? I gotta lower it though. It's a little loud for everybody. Oh, 10 songs. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not gonna be able to go 30 minutes. Might not be able to go 5. It's too much to listen to right now. But this is the world premiere.
PEPG, PepGen, shares halted. Circuit breaker to the upside, up 48%.
PepG
Not yet
halted
seeing
up.
any news.
Oh my
Papa
gosh,
Echo,
dude.
Papa Golf, PEPG.
God, Lonely, this is not me. This is William. In chat. You guys didn't listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? Suck my left nusticle, lowly. Dentist office music. stuff. Good stuff. Oh my gosh, you guys are freaking trolls. What's the podcast that we listen to? I can't think of the name of it right now. With Josh Brown. Chick Penis? Freaking A. No, not Maverick, the other one. Two pair. Infinity Queen. Or match the board. Damn it. Full House. Suck a dick. What kind of horse shit is that? Yeah, I hear from her. Oh, the compound. That's what it is. Thank you. Let's watch this one.
Seriously, literally.
Was there a conference there, or
There was a conference for like Wealth Tech.
oh, cool.
So it was mostly some
And
information.
Ticker SWKS, Sandy Whiskey,
Alright, so Neil,
Kilo
so,
Sandy. Sure, see also seeing an increase of
you're
activity.
not
Note
a
as an
huge
Apple
individual
supplier.
stock guy. Tell me this doesn't sound like a classic mistake. The CEO of PayPal goes on CNBC last week. He says, we're going to rock your world. We're going to shock you
Yes.
with our innovations this year. And this is a stock
And
that's
then
already
poop.
down 80% from its high. So he says that, which is crazy. He's a rookie CEO. He's never the CEO before of anything. And then today is the day.
Wait, hold on. You're missing something. The stock moved bigly.
Oh, well, sure. The stock went from 58 to 68.
Yeah.
So then today is the day. They unveil 7 things. I'm not even saying they're bad things.
This was 3
It's
days
just
ago.
not like rocking anyone's world. The
Podcast.
stock immediately gives back 7 of those 8 points in one shot. Like gap lower.
How do I convince him to stop talking about points? I can't convince him to talk percentages.
I don't know what the
He
percentage
thinks
is.
a point is a
in my,
point.
I don't know in my head what the
A
percentage
point
is.
is
I'm
a
just
point. Is a point.
saying, yeah, so here's what they rolled out.
It looks like it was all priced.
Tell me if
in.
any of this sounds world shaking to you. PayPal checkout experience enhancements to accelerate. They're gonna do fingerprints. Apparently, it's 2017.
Dude, are you trying to get me pinched? I own the stock. Relax.
So do I. Fastlane by PayPal aims to get faster and smarter checkout. Smart receipts. Does that sound exciting?
Smart receipt.
Advanced offers. That sounds like Groupon. So when you buy something, other merchants are going to be able to market to you over their platform. Revamp of the PayPal app, just in case anyone's still buying things on eBay. Venmo business profile. A new platform for small, mid-sized businesses to grow via features like a subscribe button. Like, that's literally what they did today. 6 things. And I don't know.
All right, guess what?
I'm like still surprised. How could this? How could somebody that's the CEO of a $65 billion
He's
company?
a brand new CEO. Where'd he come from?
You never overpromise. You never promise anything. He came from Intuit. But he wasn't running into it.
Thank you.
So
Sean. Anyway, the stock still looks fine. Relax. I wonder what the graph would say about this. Technically, it looks okay.
I'd say, why are you talking about a stock that's
Yeah.
in an
I'll
80%
be sure to
drawdown?
ask him.
Yeah.
The graph would say, "Why
It
are you
was,
talking about a falling knife like
SWKS was the Apple
All
supplier.
right. No opinions. You don't want to get on the bad side of PayPal right now.
Well, we have an analyst that covers PayPal, and he's been quite optimistic on the stock. So I don't.
Boom!
I don't want to.
Oh, you say from what price?
I don't know.
Who knows? All right. We're so excited to have you here. We've been doing a deep dive into the mind of Neil Dutta,
Oh goodness.
and it's all going to come out today.
We went deep into the mind.
Did Jeff tell you he had fun on the show?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff
No,
was
I'm a big fan.
MDAI
Thank
hitting
you.
the scanners
Thank
now.
you. Jeff was awesome. How we doing, guys? We have full house today. Everyone's back.
Yeah,
All right.
everyone's
Hey,
here.
everybody. Oh, it's been a while. Since we're
Nicole,
all in the
get my
same
good
room.
side. If you could find it.
Duncan, it feels back. We feel back.
Yeah, we're back.
We're so
Three
bad.
of a
Nicole?
kind. Oh my
We back?
gosh.
We had a lot of travelers. These guys we were running a skeleton crew the last couple of weeks.
How do you like Y charts?
I love white charts.
Yeah.
All the time.
That's your primary tool.
okay.
For like
I
charting?
have white charts open. Actually, this is you caught me at a rare time. The screen, the white chart screen is I'm on all the time. Now, in fairness,
What are Y charts?
they're an advertiser of ours.
Okay.
However,
brand.
also in fairness, I've been using them forever.
Okay. Before
forever.
they started advertising with you.
Let's say concurrent.
There's
Concurrent.
very little that Y charts can't do.
So I get
truthfully.
my stock data, my economic data. It's all there. I have my list, my
And
charts.
it's very user friendly and
Incredibly.
Yeah,
Incredible.
they first of all we saw Sean 2 days ago. Shout out to Sean. I can't think of a lot of things that you can't do on Y charts, honestly. So if you're gonna have one thing open all the time, that's like the thing.
There's some like heavy technical stuff that they don't do, but you're an economist.
yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
And I'm saying like I mean like
you wouldn't
stock,
miss. You
I don't
wouldn't miss the
consider-
stuff they can't do.
I mean stock technicals. Who cares?
Yeah.
So what did you think about the report this morning?
It was good.
Cuck and go.
You weren't surprised.
Shocker. Oh, let's say
How do
short.
they-
Yep,
how do
cuck
they
and go
do
it.
that?
Cuck and go
How
the
do-
bitch.
How are we printing 3 anything on GDP still? What are
Doesn't
the
do it here,
ingredients that make
doesn't
that
do-
possible.
Well, we kind of did
relative
it.
to where consensus is.
Ramen.
No, seriously, consensus was 2.3. Do I have
So
that right?
most of the upward move was in the upside surprise was in trade and inventories, which are really tough to forecast. So
Okay.
that was, I mean, most of the folks going
Did I
into that
miss
report were
something?
looking for a bigger inventory drawdown. We didn't really get it.
Is that I guess it could be interpreted as bullish or bearish. I think that's bullish because companies are
Companies
stocking
don't-
up to sell.
They need to reinvest in inventories because they've been unsustainably drawn down. And then the trade stuff, we had a narrow trade deficit. But even if you strip that out, private demand was fine.
You know how GDP gets like revised 3 times after, or how many times does it get revised
It'll
on
be
average?
I mean, you get 3 cuts on the.
Now it goes.
Okay, what within GDP tends to get revised the most? Like which component is the most subject to a second
Inventories. and
Okay,
trade.
why?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of source data that comes out, and those data tend to be lagged. So you're making some estimations on, like, we didn't get the December data until after the Q4 numbers out. So there's a bit of that.
Okay, so does that make it like
PUBG
way less
open.
useful for someone like yourself than it should ordinarily would be?
I think if you're going to look at one statistic within the GDP number every time it comes out, just look at private domestic
down.
demand. So look at GDP net of inventories, trade, and the government. And
Okay.
if that number, and it was fine in the fourth quarter, that tends to do a better job of telling you where things are going than the GDP number itself. So, I mean, it's not like it's all useless information. I mean, I think whenever the number comes in good, bears will always be like, well, that was last quarter. But there's actually some interesting forward-looking information within the report, and it's important to pay attention to that.
You could still look at trend. You could still look at trend.
Let's get you on here. Let's start the show.
Yeah.
Let's put a pin in this. We'll take the pin out in 30 seconds. Let's go. Let's do it.
All right. Hey, John. What show is it? Hey, Michael.
Hey, Josh.
It's 2024.
Can't believe it.
and most people, when you ask them about the outlook for this year, they're probably thinking in terms of Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, everything that's been working over the last couple of years. Some people are thinking about other markets,
Like
other
outside the
opportunities.
box?
Yeah. So Crane Share is a really good example of that. They just
Yada, yada,
Area
yada.
or adjacent, whether that's Fort Myers or there.
that are on your mind. Very special treat, ladies and gentlemen. I know I say that a lot, but I really mean it. We are going to learn from, in my opinion, one of the finest economists on Wall Street, someone who has been extremely prescient in recent years, someone who is devilishly handsome, from Long Island, like almost like all the lights
All the
are green.
boxes.
All the boxes are checked, all the lights are green. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Neil Dutta.
Nice
Neil,
work,
welcome to
William.
the show.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
We wrote an official intro for you. Are you ready? I'm gonna make eye contact with you while I read it. It's gonna be super
CCON.
normal. Neil is the partner
CGON.
and head economist at Renaissance
interesting.
Macro Research with an emphasis on analyzing the U.S. economy, Federal Reserve, global trends, and cross-market investment themes. Prior to RenMac, Neil spent 7 years at Bank of America Merrill Lynch. He was a senior economist covering both the United States and Canada. And you are active on social. I was surprised. You're like mixing it up with people.
I try my best. I mean,
Okay.
that's the new form of
That's
communicating.
part of the job now, right?
Absolutely.
Neil,
Okay.
who runs your social media account? Because RenMac, you guys have a lot of different disciplines. Like obviously, you're not doing the technical stuff. Jeff is, and you have, you've got all. So who takes care of all that?
Me and Jeff.
Okay.
So you
Nexi
decide what
again?
makes the feed for the brand.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and we all
Okay.
have our own LinkedIn accounts. But
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have one like composite RenMac account. We don't have our own personal RenMac account.
Okay.
How much of Jeff's work influences your thinking and vice versa? Is there any overlap, or is it really siloed out?
Well, unlike other research shops, we don't make it a point to agree on everything. So if he's bearish on the markets and I'm bullish on the economy, that's fine. It's more of a challenge for our sales team.
So
but-
let me set this up for you.
Okay.
So last year,
Let's tell people
Hold
who
on.
Jeff is, though.
so
Also.
Jeff DeGraff is a legendary technical analyst, one of the co-founders or founder of RenMac. He's been on the show, and he's just the man. Last year, you were coming into 2023. You were, as far as I could tell, the only economist that did not predict a recession. In fact, you saw the economy getting stronger. However, you thought that the stock market might be actually vulnerable because then the Fed would have to tighten or keep rates higher for longer. Am I summarizing that a little bit right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll obviously dive deeper into what you saw there. But so you were sort of with a bearish tilt on the stock market itself, and you're an economist. But Jeff is probably saying stocks are going up. Stocks look good.
Well, I think that was an interesting time. I mean, I made that call, I think, in the fall of 2022. The equity market, in my view, I mean, look, I think
Actually
about
went
fundamentals largely. Jeff has a technical bent. But for me, the stock market's basically actual and projected earnings and risk-free rates.
The stock market was the smart money last year, or in 2022.
I think I usually think the stock market is the smart money. I
You
think
do?
that's
I'll go on.
I think that's just something that people have picked up over the years. I mean, the bond market's always right. Mr. Bond is like the smartest person.
No, it's not.
Wait, say
I'll-
more.
I mean, a lot of that comes from an old Samuelson sort of quip about how the stock market's predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. But in reality, the stock market has predicted 5 of the last 5 Fed pivots.
Yeah.
So, the bond market has a habit of pricing in tightening cycles too soon. Once the tightening cycle starts, the bond market has a habit of pricing in the end of the tightening cycle before it actually ends. And so all it really does is just create a lot of short-term kind of trading opportunities in the front end. But I think the stock market's, to me, that is the principal way that most people understand the economy. Like Lester Holt's not going around quoting you like what the 10-year yield is trading at 630.
No, Dow Jones. Neil, so you have a view on the market, and it's 2023, and we see $6 trillion piled up in money market funds, and we see like record, I don't know the best way to phrase this, record pessimism in the form of equity allocations being at multi-cycle lows, and just people are not in, and you're kind of on the bullish side. So then all of a sudden the market starts going against the consensus, and it's like working. Do people then say, you know what, we should talk more to Neil, and we should talk less to the guy in Canada that works for the gold fund? Or like, do people like you better when the market's on your side in your role? I've always been curious about what that's
Well,
like.
I think clients of RenMac, I don't think they pay us for our calls per se. What they're paying you for, I think, is
Wow.
even RAs like yourself. I mean, they're paying you for your thought process, right? Like what you don't want to be is a person, and there's a cottage industry of people that are like this, that has a conclusion first and then works back to the conclusion.
Sure.
I detest those people, but I think the best way to do it is just to lay out a logical sequence of events that gets you to a market call. And economics on its own is useless. What's useful is using that economics view and translating it into a market call. So, for example,
Probably
you
too
mentioned
early
that I
to
was cautious
tell.
on the equity
Talking
markets.
about
But
today?
once I started seeing that, look, I mean, everyone is positioned for recession, there was going to be some upward momentum in equities as that recession call got priced out, right? Like, so it's, if the
I mean,
economy
that
is
ain't good.
growing, even if you have strong
close.
inflation, that's still an environment where stocks could work.
So I wanna read your quote because again, credit to you. This was November 2022 when this article you read I'm about to quote, but I just want to just double click. I'll punch myself in the face on what Josh asked you. When are clients more likely to want Neil versus Jeff? I would guess that they want Jeff in a bear market, and I don't know if they would want you more in a bull market or bear. But is it fair that they want the technicals in a bear market? Like, when are clients more likely to get you on the phone?
I mean, I think our clients always want to get us on the phone. That's my thinking, because they're always trying to understand what the thought process is. I mean, it is true that if I've had it does feel like, you've been doing a great job of like making my ego really go up today. But
KOL back up
I
and
have felt as an
MBAI.
analyst like I'm on a heater at a craps
Clean
table,
up some of this
right? Like,
list here. That's
everyone
off.
was and that's not going to happen
Sen's still
forever. I
hanging
mean,
out.
I will be wrong about many things going forward, and that's
It's
fine.
not just that you've been right, because there are times when you've probably been right, and a lot of other people have too. There was almost no one willing to accept the premise in early 23
Jeez,
that
Nix
we
is an
weren't on the
absolute
verge of
animal.
a recession.
No, I think that's
So
fair.
you were singularly right.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
But I do think that I would agree that being right helps. If I'm going to see clients in Chicago, the meetings are more subscribed by the PMs and analysts there once I'm there. It doesn't mean that people don't take the meeting otherwise, but
But
Well,
you're
it's like you have a
You
hit
say
song.
you're
Al.
not
you're not a guy
the
who's
seats are filled.
No, I
you're
still
not
have
a
it.
knee-jerk
Well,
contrarian. There was something that you
I-
were seeing in
I
the
had
data
two
that
accounts I
led
had
you to
it in.
conclude that the
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 one that
economy
you
was going
all
to be okay.
see
So again, this
constantly.
is
That one
November
I sold
2022. The market had
few
just
days ago,
bottomed, even though
actually.
nobody thought it bottomed. Everybody was bearish
The other
except for
one is
Neil
like a
Dudder.
much longer
You wrote a
term hold.
headline for Business Insider: "The latest terrible news for the stock market. The economy is booming again." I'll just read one quote and then we can riff on that. Despite the near constant proclamations that the U.S. has been teetering on the precipice of a recession all year, the real surprise is just how resilient it has been, and there are even signs it'll get stronger from here. So, do you think that people were bearish, understandably so, because the Fed was telling you that they were purposefully trying to slow the economy down? What were you seeing in the data that gave you the confidence to say that the economy is actually, not only is it not slowing down, it's reaccelerating?
Well, I think, going into that year, I was thinking that there was, people are talking about hard landing, soft landing. I said no
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
landing. And the reason I
Was
said
that you? Did you coin that? No landing?
yes,
It
I
was
believe. I
you?
think so. I think so. I said no landing. Nick Temrose put it in the Wall Street Journal. So,
Okay.
So you did it.
but the reason I said that was because think about why people were so cautious in the first place. The first was you had the Russian invasion of Ukraine that sent food and energy prices through the roof. So that was a huge shock.
Temporarily.
That
Yeah.
was a huge shock to household incomes. The Fed was hawked up. We're not actively considering 75 basis point moves. A week later, we're
They're
going
doing it.
70. Yeah,
They did four.
multiple.
They did 4 of them.
Right. So
Right.
that's the time to be really cautious historically, is when the Fed is super hawked up and there's a spike in commodity prices that's weighing on household incomes. Now, by the end of the year,
Dude, this Nexi is stupid.
it was obvious that was no longer the case. The fact is that gas prices by the end of the year basically round tripped. So that was, in other words, inflation was slowing more rapidly than what was happening in the labor markets, and that
You
represents
can almost even say it was transitory.
well,
Too far.
yeah, I think. To me, it's about core. That's a
Yeah.
whole ideological thing. I don't even want.
I ain't showing it.
No, I'm with you.
But I would just say that gas prices fell. They were basically.
Oh, you should have called that.
They ended the year where they
Damn.
started, believe it or not. And so the labor markets were still fine. So in other words, inflation was falling more than the labor markets were slowing.
If somebody came to you and said, you're the Treasury Secretary of the United States. So ostensibly, you're like sort of responsible for the economy, right? The president points to you when things are going badly or well.
Sure.
Okay. I give you the choice. I'm Zeus. I say to you, you get to pick.
All right,
what
keep
are the
an eye on the
variables. What did you
CCTG, getting
say?
close to like
3% GDP.
tractorian
inflation,
levels where
give me full employment.
1950 is going to
That's
be
literally
the
where we
breakout
are,
spot.
or where we have been. Like you couldn't have asked for. I don't use Goldilocks as a term,
It is.
but it is like that. If those were the three variables, you could pull the lever. You could say any number for GDP. You could say any number for unemployment, and you could say any direction for inflation. Those are the three things you would select out of all of the things that you could choose from.
MDI
And that's
ain't
where we
ripping
are.
now.
And to me, that's
What the
crazy.
hell?
But it doesn't seem like that's so crazy to you.
Well, I no, I mean it's surprising. I mean it's not like I was optimistic the entire year. I mean that it changed as we got towards the end of the year. In the middle of 2022, I was quite cautious because the Fed was basically telling me they wanted to send the economy into a tailspin to get inflation under control. And once it was clear, I mean it was becoming increasingly clear by the end of the year that they didn't necessarily need to do that. And then
So that's the thing.
Yeah.
Did they get
No,
lucky,
ho-
or are
ho-
they smarter than we think?
it's probably
They got
both.
lucky.
Both.
So here's the thing: people make up their mind, understandably so. With the Fed funds goes from 0 to 5, cost of capital goes up. Yeah, it makes sense to turn cautious or if not bearish.
No, I can't.
They
turn
made up their
poker sounds
mind.
off.
The data didn't
'Cause I
confirm, and
need
they
to
didn't
hear
change
it.
their mind. So
I
mental
can
flexibility.
raise their
credit to you,
volume.
it's hard, especially when you go on record. Changing your mind is difficult.
Well, I mean, but yeah, the thing is that it's when the Fed funds rate is going, it's when overnight Fed funds is higher than the rate of nominal GDP. That's the time to get really, really cautious. And believe it or not, that never really happened.
Yeah.
So that to me it was a big tell also.
So
on the
today-
recession call.
What
This
percent?
is
I'm
very
sorry. What
interesting, too,
percentage of the
this
people who
MDIA
sit in your
coming
seat
right
at
back up
different
to these
firms
levels.
around the country?
That definitely has
What
my
percentage do you
my-
think don't like the Fed? Don't
my,
like the fact that there is a central
now.
bank, and therefore root for them to fail, and therefore have their commentary colored by this idea that there's no way
I
12
don't-
people in Washington D.C. can save the economy?
I do not want to name names, but there is a cottage industry of people that hate the central bank.
Is it 10%? Is it like?
It's a lot. They're
a
very
lot
active
of-
on social media. I know
Yeah.
you guys see it too.
Well, they're barely employed, so
Well,
we'll
I
understand
think,
that.
I mean, it's also to me, they are doing a really big disservice because you think about the kind of people that they're pitching their subs to.
Yeah,
To me, it's a little bit.
they're not. Most of it is not aimed at institutional.
No, but the thing is, they're not influencing anybody. They're talking to the people that want that message anyway.
yeah,
And there's
an-
so much demand for that sort of propaganda.
Well, I think it's like cocktail party conversation. But I think that part of it is if you couldn't come out of the financial crisis, particularly by 2010, 2011, and try and just understand that things can sometimes just work out.
yeah.
You'll never get it.
Neil, the people that were bearish in 2011 about the double dip or whatever, it's 2024 and they're still bearish.
Well, a lot of people that were that called the financial crisis or say that they've made their call on the financial crisis, they've been trading on that for the last 15 years.
I know it's so long ago. There's a guy putting out a book, and not to name names, he's like, he thinks I'm in on his joke with him. He's like, yeah, the book's gonna come out. I'm really excited about it. He's like, knock on wood, we get a little market volatility in Q1. Know what I mean? I'm like, F you. I don't know what you mean. I don't want to be part of your. I don't want to be part of your parlor trick where there's a VIX spike to 25, and then you start doing interviews about how your book called it. Like,
Right.
I don't want to be in your world, sir.
Enough of that talk.
All right.
Okay, so today the U.S. economy grew at a blistering. This is a headline from somebody: blistering 3.3% pace in Q4 while inflation pulled back. I mean, this is, you don't want to say the G word, but if this is not the soft landing, the Goldilocks scenario, what else do you call this?
I call it a strong U.S. economy. That's it.
Duncan, we're going to name the episode Neil Dutta Confirms. Goldilocks in place.
Sees no risk for the rest of the year.
Well, there are risks, but right now there don't seem to be
All
many.
right, so Neil, I want to ask you about some of the economic indicators that seemingly have been broken by COVID, and there's a lot of them. And I guess we could start with leading economic indicators. John, throw this chart on, please. The wild disconnect
Oof,
between
you
the
need a
year-over-year
10.
change
You're gonna
in
get it
leading
with 30%.
economic indicators, which have been negative for
I called it.
I
I
don't know how many months in
freaking
a row,
called it.
versus
You
the change
piece
in
of
real GDP.
garbage.
Can you talk to what's under the hood
Ace.
here? That people aren't-
Oh, 7%. Suck it.
0809, this leading economic indicator thing got way too negative.
NEXI next
Where
week
the
shares
Fed
resuming
bailed us out
trade
at the
after
perfect
See
time
ya.
in March,
earlier.
or
Siru.
suspended the accounting rules, or
186%.
whatever those stories. This
You're
time is
so
just
lucky,
like,
though.
$5 level.
I can't
now.
believe you
disconnected.
hit it.
Well,
so
so can I?
dumb.
I
Still
mean,
not seen any
anytime
news
this is
on
going to sound
that.
bad,
That's
but I'm going to say it.
November
to say it.
Echo
Um,
X-ray India
I
and
hear-
XI.
NVVE.
I'm not a big fan of indicator macro, right? I mean, that's like, oh, like this. Look at this LEI. It's never before have we escaped recession with the LEI this low for this long. I mean, how
Why?
many-
Why aren't you a fan of that? Like, what about it puts you off?
Well, I mean, first, I think it's like, I mean, whenever I hear ISM, LEI, M2, my first thought is, okay, I mean, this sounds okay, boomer. Like that, these are just like you mentioned the LEI. Like, so let's talk about that a little bit. Do people even know that that indicator is actually revised after a recession? So actually, in the front of a recession, it tends to waffle.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that number. So the Conference Board took that data point, I believe, from the Commerce Department.
Okay.
And it's not like the components in that number are the same from cycle to cycle. So after each cycle, there are new components. Some of the components that are there are reweighted, refitted, and then voila,
Well, that's cheating.
bingo. But more importantly, let's
Async, all
talk
I
about
know
what's
is all
happened
in,
more
baby.
recently, right? Like the leading economic index, it's very manufacturing sensitive. Like things like the manufacturing work week are in there. Things like consumer durable goods are in there.
Hold on. So if you're like, oh, the Boston Celtics have never gone to the second round and not won Game 7, it's like, okay, but it's all different players.
Right.
Okay. So they're taking new components, putting them into it, and people are using this on a backward-looking basis to say, this is how things
Well,
react.
that is part of it. But
Okay.
but I would just say that again, we had a very unusual recovery and recession. We shut the economy down. People were shut in. They bought a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
If you buy a lot of stuff, that's going to juice the manufacturing sector. That'll show up in LEI disproportionately. There's no evidence. There's nothing in there about services. So as you have goods coming down and people spending more on experiences
It's
going
not
out,
an LEI.
no.
So
Okay.
this is ISM manufacturing PMI, another indicator that people point to. Economic activity in the manufacturing sector contracted in December for the 14th consecutive month. So people that are looking at this, just talk a little bit more. What are they getting wrong?
Well, manufacturing activity didn't actually contract for the 14th consecutive month. 300
Oh,
purchasing
John,
managers think
jeez.
that manufacturing activity.
It's
I
a survey.
saw a comment from the CEO of Fastenal talking about how the PMI was below
Nexi
50
is just
for
stupid,
14
man.
months, and he was making a point about, well, in our business, that's really tough. Like, if that's what you're getting your analysis from, that's a problem. Manufacturing production last year, December of 2023 versus December of 2022, actually rose modestly, like 5%.
No.
Well, wait, why are you able to determine that and everyone else is looking at this bullshit?
This is gonna go.
Do they not
Because-
have the same data sources?
Well,
you?
no. The industrial production data are released, I think, around the middle of
So-
each month
wow.
for the
Okay.
prior month,
How did that
and
not go?
that's from the Federal Reserve Board. It's not the ISM is a useful, rough and ready indicator. Obviously, Alan Greenspan loved it, back in his time, but it's not a substitute for hard economic data.
So you think the people answering this question are the same numbskulls that were answering like the sentiment data and showing why?
Well, all they're asked, Michael, is just, are things going up, down, or sideways relative to the last month? And you can't, I mean, you'll be surprised. How many people do you see putting up charts of the ISM manufacturing versus year-over-year manufacturing production? But that's actually not what it's measuring. It's measuring growth in relation to the last month. But if you pull the chart up again, you can see that it dipped below 50 many times during the 90s.
Wait, so they're
right?
asking people who work in the industrial economy, how are things going this month versus last month?
Correct.
Not how are things going this month versus this month last year.
Yes.
Okay, and the people reading the chart are reading it like it's an annual growth,
Correct.
up or down. Okay.
Well, year over year, yeah.
Year over
but,
year.
but as I say, actual manufacturing production did not, in fact, contract in 2023.
So when you say okay, boomer, so you're pointing out like there was a moment where Alan Greenspan was fixated on ISM. Therefore, if you were a 25-year-old economist working on a Wall Street desk, and today you're 65, but you're still stuck with what
It's
was
just
relevant in your
It's
day.
an outdated toolkit, in my view. I think it's an
Okay.
outdated toolkit. No, none of those indicators are a substitute for how you think about how you should a proper thought process. If you're doing your job properly, your thoughts should lead those data points.
What do you say? Wait, what do you say to the person though who says, I could change my indicators every 3 years to stay current, but all I'm doing is moving the goalposts. Like, what are the things that always matter?
To me, I think it's
Muskie,
looking
they
at
obviously
the. To me,
have
the
a
biggest risk to
flush.
the economy are
One
when
of 'em
excesses
does.
in the real economy start translating into excesses in the financial markets. That's when you have big problems.
Okay.
That's not what we have right now. Right now, we have inventory still
Or a
paired
full
to the
house.
bone. We
Jeez.
had basically, essentially, a very sluggish business.
You had a
investment over
flush?
the last year, particularly in equipment. Obviously, housing.
You had a
is
flush,
not
you
doing
folded a
great.
flush? You thought they
resale
had king
inventories are very
ace?
low. You've seen some activity for builders, but
Wow.
where's the excess?
I'll tell you. $2.6 trillion in
Hero
private
fold.
equity dry
That was
powder.
that was a solid fold. I mean,
yes,
I
some
don't
money
know how
market
you
funds.
did
People,
that.
people,
Well,
I didn't put them
people
on a
running
full house.
businesses
I thought
being
someone had a
chased down the
flush.
hallway by
Didn't know it was
private
you.
equity.
Especially
That's an
since you were taking
excess,
so long.
a clear excess. They've discovered wealth management. I can tell you that. Demand for GPUs and AI technology. There's got to be some excess there. It might not all
Maybe
be
there is,
excess.
but that's not enough to, I think, change the overall story for the macroeconomy.
Okay.
Neil, where'd you learn economics?
Well, I graduate, so I don't consider myself an academic economist. So I almost kind of clamp up a little bit when people call me an economist. I consider myself a business economist, so like more applied. Because real economists, they have PhDs, they've done
Yeah.
great work. I'm a business economist.
You're not
and-
writing white papers.
No, but I mean, you do use some of the stuff that I mean, look, you have these PhDs that have spent their entire careers looking at one particular area. In many respects, I mean, as a business economist, they've done a lot of the work for you. You just have to take some of the stuff they've done. It's like anything, right? Copy from one, it's plagiarism. Copy from two, it's sell-side research.
Fine,
right?
but so how do you become a business
I
economist?
like that.
Well, so I graduated from NYU in 2005, and I took
It's plagiarism.
I took a job at Merrill Lynch, and I didn't even start off in research. I started off in human resources as a compensation analyst because it was so late. I was thinking I was going to go to law school. It didn't really pan out for me. So I was like, I just need to get into some bulge bracket firm. Just so
This is 05?
yeah.
Right, just in time.
Thank God. Yes.
Just in time.
Yes. I am so glad I was.
If you
born
were
when I-
applying for that job 2 years later, that job didn't exist. Okay,
No
so you got
kidding.
in the door.
Yeah, I got in the door.
Who's the chief economist when you start? Is it Rich Bernstein or?
No, it was David
Rosenberg? Oh, okay.
So I was a HR analyst basically for a year, and the good thing about being in HR is that you kind of know where all the job openings are. And so there was an opening on David Rosenberg's team as an analyst, and
You had inside information on this
and
role.
so I applied and I got the job. It was I mean, it was easy enough. You just go from one cost center to another, and
This is very
anyway,
interesting.
I started working with him, and obviously that was an exciting time to be working because Rosie, he called it.
he
right.
nailed the crash.
He called
Absolutely.
it, and so being on his team was I was lucky to be there. And then he left right as the market bottomed, basically in early 2009, and then I worked with Ethan Harris. And it was for me it was a good learning experience. So I have a lot of practical experience, not a lot of academic experience, but. Rosie was like a marketing machine. He was always on the phone,
Breakfast
always on
with
the
Dave,
road.
the newsletter.
Oh, sure. I mean, all of that. Back then, it was called
Ticker
Rosie's
Disney, ticker
Morning
Netflix
Tidbits.
notes. I have
Yeah.
mine
Breakfast
now.
with Dave is
Tells
the
plan
first thing that I started reading
to
from
fix
Salsa.
Disney includes bundling ESPN Plus with Netflix.
Oh. Wow.
Like 2010, I started reading.
Yeah, I
That'd be
mean
massive.
that note. He's had that morning note forever, and but he was a marketing machine, and that kind of showed me one aspect of what a sell-side research economist should do. And then Ethan Harris, he came to Merrill. He was from Lehman. It was a big fixed income shop, and Ethan has he has a doctorate, and he's more of a
I read all his stuff. He is not a marketing machine. Here's the facts.
yeah, he's a very
Bowen
good
looking like
economist.
ass.
Yeah, I agree.
In my view, he's probably one of the best.
Yeah.
And he's very good about.
He's not going on Dancing with the Stars.
No,
He's not sitting with Maria
that's-
Bartiromo.
But
He's not doing that stuff.
he's a sober, serious analyst of the
Yeah.
economic, and I mean, one of the things that he taught me was just this business is about picking your spots, like, weighing probabilities and then choosing your battles.
What does that mean? Like deciding.
Don't always be out of consensus, right? I mean, so
Okay.
it's like that. That's important. I mean,
Okay.
you can't just be. I mean, you can't just be contrarian for the sake of being
You
contrarian.
turn into the boy who cried wolf eventually.
Right. Exactly.
Nobody takes you seriously.
You'll get a lot of headlines for doing that, and then you'll also have to apologize a lot. Right.
Right. I mean, in many cases, the people doing it are usually negative, and in an up market, like, who cares?
Yeah. So, all right, let's get back to business. So, one of the things that I don't think anybody could have predicted, maybe you did, was that the consumer just wasn't impacted. At least their behavior wasn't impacted by rising prices. If you look at retail sales, and I know this is nominal, but John, chart on, please. It's just wild to me that this relentless rise, they ate all of the price increases and they just didn't stop spending.
Can we say the number? Retail sales.
So what was it on trend before the pandemic?
Retail sales seem to have bottomed in the heat of the pandemic at sub 400 billion, which was obviously abnormal, but then is now way above trend. It's at
So far
615
above.
billion.
Jeez.
These are huge numbers above trend. Like, it doesn't seem sustainable. A person that knows nothing looking at this chart, it almost looks like the whole world has changed. Do you read it that way?
Well, I think it's sustainable in some respect because you have continued economic growth and continued nominal income growth. So that should support
The
continued gains.
trajectory, I mean, not the absolute level. Like, it can't really rise the way that it's been rising for much longer.
Well, I mean, what you see is a level shift up initially,
Yeah.
and then a more stable pace of growth thereafter.
We consolidated, breaking out again.
So I mean, it's not going back to
It's
the trend
MDAI.
before the pandemic.
So this is very simple.
Shockingly
People
strong
are
move.
not going. They're not going to change their spending habits unless they lose their jobs. Would you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
100%.
The,
we've been
the
saying.
boomer, the person wearing the boomer economist hat would say, this is a function of money supply. Money supply is contracting, will contract further, and therefore that retail sales number will be trending lower soon.
But the money supply number, that's like a choose your own adventure indicator, right? There are times when money supply goes up because of reasons of safety. There are times when money supply goes up because of reasons of like additional liquidity into the economy, right? Like one of the reasons why M2 is up is because people have a lot of checkable deposits when that money. So it's, I mean, to me, I think if you just look at what's happening with
Vivos,
bank
big
lending,
move.
with
Jeez.
consumer appetite for durables, I mean, it's okay. I mean, I don't think that I'm not particularly concerned.
Is retail sales or consumer sentiment a coincident indicator in your mind, or is it something that contains something useful about the future?
Not sure how
I think
built
consumer spending is a
59.
useful forward indicator because consumers tend to be forward-looking in their spending
Buyers.
behavior. If you think that you're about to lose your job, you're not going to go out and spend money.
Okay.
So your former employer, Bank of America, Carl Quintanilla tweeted this. They said recently the word vibe session has been a hot topic. All credit to Kyla Scanlon, that's me, not them. Referring to a period of strong economic data but lackluster consumer sentiment. We think that term may have run its course. We look for consumer sentiment to continue to improve this
Watch
year.
that 72
John,
break.
Neil's chart on, please. So this consumer sentiment, which was seemingly broken all of last year, the economy was fine. People thought it was going to shit. This is just inflation, no? This
Yeah, I think. I mean, I agree with B of A that
70.
it's, rest in peace
One.
vibe session, but I don't like that term because it's not just vibes. I mean, people did feel worse, right?
Because of higher prices.
Absolutely, right? If you wanted to forecast U of M consumer sentiment, you could basically take three indicators: claims, gas prices, and equity markets. You can use those three things to more or less get you close to what the number is going to be. So we know that even though labor markets have been tight,
Or
the
close.
stock market up until recently has been quite sluggish, and gas prices up until recently were quite
That's an
elevated.
There's an
Steam
element of
move.
this also that's demographic. Just
like who responds?
well, so we know the survey is being responded to by older people, but in terms of the vibes, there was like a black mood. There was like a black mood on the part of people on social media, like all year, like young people, super pessimistic, probably because they were the first people fired at Meta and all these companies that were like getting fit. So there was a lot of that going on. And then there's the political stuff. Like the political polarization has to feed into sentiment in some way.
That is true, but I
Yeah.
still think that, one of the things I've always learned is up is up. It's
Yeah.
going up, it's a good thing. And
Okay.
so, my suspicion is that it'll keep going up.
Let's talk about the labor market. So this is definitely going in the right direction. I'm talking about wage growth tracker. This is from the Atlanta Fed. John, chart on, please. So overall wage growth, real wage growth was actually negative for quite a while, but that's turned positive, which is great. But even better, remember of course you remember, in 2021 specifically, the biggest story in the labor market was, John, next chart, the best way to get a raise
What's up,
was
Cheese?
to get a new job. This was a lot of cause for concern for the wage spiral that never came to fruition.
Right.
This went all the way up, and it's not quite come all the way back down, but this is certainly the Fed's got to be happy about this.
This is like tied in with jolts, and it was like everyone was
Well,
quitting and getting an instant raise.
Well, and I think one of the things that I've noticed recently is that, obviously fewer people are quitting their jobs relative to a year ago, and that's taking some of the pressure off of wages. But that's also lifting productivity. It's hard to establish labor productivity if everyone's quitting their jobs every 6 months in search of a new one.
Yeah.
So the fact that people are kind of staying put, that's helping labor productivity, which in turn takes
I
pressure
thought
off
you
of
had an
inflation. So for
overpair.
example, in the fourth quarter, we had GDP growth of around,
want it?
3%.
Oh, of course
and
I want it. Phase, let's
quarter,
go 7 months.
Total hours worked in the economy didn't even grow 1%. So you're talking about labor productivity growth of a little over 2%. in
Where do you
Q4.
think that's coming from?
POL.
Well, as I just say, I think part of it is people just staying put in their jobs. If you're attached to your job longer, you're going to get more productive in that seat the longer you.
Claims seem to be plateauing
Next
right now.
5
I
minute
shouldn't say
looks like it's
plateauing 'cause
gearing.
that means they're about to spike, but they seem to be like 200,000, like on
Yeah.
a rolling basis. Like every month it's a 202, 204, 198. That's good. Like that's kind of where you.
Yeah, I mean, you see all
like my
sorts of like
hand?
analysis showing like, well, the take up rate isn't as high
twice
as it normally
in a
is.
What's
row.
that?
Is
like-
people like splitting hairs? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People like, I mean, it's fewer people are eligible, therefore it doesn't mean as much. And I'm just, again, it goes back to like rule number 1 of business economics: up is up, down is down. If jobless claims are low, that's good. If they're going up, that's not good.
Okay.
So-
So right now they seem,
POL
but they seem
starting
to
to
be like
pull away
kind of
here.
pinned.
Yeah, the
in
layoff
this
rate is
zone.
low. I mean, we have seen a lot of layoff announcements over the last several weeks, but
Yes.
believe it or not, you saw a lot of layoff announcements this time last year too. So
And
it's
they're
hard-
all in the same two industries. They're all in media and tech. That's it.
yeah, it's hard to know. Right, it's hard to know ex ante whether that's the start of something more onerous or just a seasonal thing
Well,
that
I was
happens.
just say to you, like Home Depot is not announcing mass layoffs. Trucking companies are not
Yeah,
announcing.
it's been contained to
I mean,
those.
trucking companies are signaling more growth ahead. I think.
Right. So it's Sports Illustrated, which is really noticeable, anecdotal. Everyone knows the brand. Everyone's sad about it. That doesn't translate into the unemployment rate.
It's tech, media, and startups that were overfunded.
Yeah.
So
Any
where do you
news?
think the Fed is
No.
today in relation to the economy
Just moving.
and rates? So if you look at the CME target rate probabilities for the March 2020 meeting,
Wow, that's quite
just
the
a month
bounce
ago,
on MDAI.
there was a 75%
Keep on
implied
watch for
probability that they
high
were
day
going to cut,
move.
and now that's all the way down to 40%. So the market is suggesting that the Fed is going to actually stay put in March. How much? Like obviously, the stock market has discounted rate cuts for sure.
Mhm.
At least I think. Where do you think the Fed is today?
So I think right now, a lot of, in my view, I think people are kind of conflating the timing of the first rate cut with how many cuts the Fed ends up doing, and I think those are two separate conversations. My own view, and I know that it's not the consensus, I do think the Fed will go in March. I think they'll go in March because I think inflation is cooling a lot more rapidly
Mm.
than they think. Core inflation has already been below 2% for the last 6 months.
You see, rents are now coming down pretty fast.
Rents are
Demand for rent is coming down fast.
Sure, rents are moderating.
That was the big one, right? That was
Yeah,
like the stickiest one.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
Okay.
we've seen a lot of multifamily completions come on this year.
Okay.
And I
Oh
think
my
inflation
gosh,
expectations are
jeez.
also cooling because people are paying less for gas. And I think they're also not paying as much for food.
Neil, in a world without the stock market, maybe a cut would be a no-brainer. But doesn't the Fed also have to balance the idea that, okay, we should cut, but if we do, does the NASDAQ go directly to 50,000? Like, is that part of their thinking, or should it be?
I think at this point it should not
Holy
be. I think that was, I
shitballs.
think part of that is fighting the last war because you're concerned about the stock market being too strong.
my
as a wealth effect generator.
You know,
yeah, but when inflation is really
I was thinking today, it's like, Stocky's been awfully quiet this year. I need to go over there and see him shirtless because I'm missing him. And I missed you yesterday. I didn't get to see those hairy nipples of yours. And apparently I won't get to see them today either because you rated me like a freaking monster. And I love it. How you doing, old Stocky? The GOAT. My chat knows who you are. You know what I hate is when a big timer comes in and raids you and like you got, a tenth of their population. The guy's like, hey guys, just shout out to go follow. Everybody knows who you are. You don't need the red carpet treatment here. All right. They know you are. And if you're not following the stock guy, then you're an idiot. How'd you guys do today? Killing it? I don't know if you guys are into poker at all. I can't believe I'm about to do this. But the pinned message is a link to a free poker tournament we run every day. You can come on in and play for funsies. I'm going to break it. Yeah, I know. I think only 300 people are allowed in. Oh, he's got some family stuff? Hope everything's okay. What'd you guys trade today over there in the stocky world? We're watching a little podcast here while we're trading.
strong, right? Like, so they were really worried about financial conditions.
Just started
when,
with index stocks.
Inflation was like running 3x their target.
You got to
So
learn
me,
it,
think
man.
about it
Just
as
like
a
everything else in
triangle, right?
life.
You have
You learn how to
unemployment,
do it.
like the labor market.
You get better
have
at it.
inflation, and you have financial market conditions.
We're
If
basically
they've-
trying to trade patterns.
I think they can basically say
give
if
us
the labor market's are
probability.
rebalanced,
You
for
know,
all
there's
the
no
reasons we just talked
100%
about.
sure
Inflation
strategy out
has
there.
been weak. That's
You're
in
just
the
dealing
data.
in probabilities.
So why should they care if the stock market goes up?
Because they don't want to. Can I answer?
No, if
And I'm
you're
not saying I
I
know
don't-
anything. This is what the answer would be.
I don't
to
know
you. The
Stocky's
Greek chorus
trading style,
would
but
chime in at this
here
point
we
and
have a
say,
bunch of different
because
trading
they don't want to undo all of the progress that's been
strats
made
that a bunch of different
and
people
open the
use, not
floodgates
just me.
to a repeat
I have
of
my own
late
trading
70s.
style.
And
Other
that's
people
the
have
that's the
their own trading
boogeyman.
style.
Yeah.
It's just we kind of call out as a group, collective, what everybody's seeing, trying to make money together. Is trading what you do, or is it called weekly? No, I day trade. I don't know what you mean by weekly. Weekly trade. Have you heard of Nate's? Yeah, sure, Jeff. What is Nate's? Do I even need to know? 0 day option. No, that's called YOLO. You don't want. I feel like I don't want to know what Nate's is. In fact, everybody that wants to tell me what Nate's is, why don't you provide me a link? Just copy pasta right in chat. You need to know it. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I need to know. Just go ahead and copy pasta a link in chat so I can go look at what Nate's is. Somebody, anybody. Do you use trading 212 or similar? I have no idea what that is. Nexi. Nexi 5 minute. Yep. That might do a little poppy here. Not a bad look. 24.31 for a scalp to start. All right. Here. It's going to try. Can it do it? I'd want it to go. Good volume. Good break. Good scalp opportunity there. Shut up, Salt Life. What are your thoughts on ACN stock? Take a look at it. Good daily chart. Actually, phenomenal daily chart. You're up at resistance, but over that, I mean, you get into the 400 range. So very nice. My guess, it sets up a cup and handle of sorts, but that's just me speculating. Good trade on Nexi there.
Ticker DIS and NFLX. Peltz's plan to fix Disney includes bundling ESPN Plus with Netflix.
All right.
That report from Bloomberg.
Old news.
It's Delta India Sandy and Nancy Foxtrot Lima
Sugar
X-ray.
chicken paws and jet fuel. This is
But a rally in the stock market's not going to keep
the compound.
inflation.
Concurrent with
friends,
mortgage
as
rates
the
falling
stock
and
channel.
renewed demand for housing,
can.
which we're
I
seeing.
think it can.
I don't think rents will turn around that quickly. Inflation, by its nature, is a very, very slow moving
That news was
process
out.
outside commodities.
If the
10 minutes
Fed
ago.
lowers rates,
Not
the
news.
IPO window opens, the stock market goes nuts, housing activity booms, you can get another reacceleration of the economy real quick with an overheating. But let me ask you this.
Well, wait a minute.
And-
I don't. Do you
Dub,
agree
thank you
with
for the
that or no?
sub, 5 months.
I don't
Sorry,
think it'll
didn't see
happen
that.
as quickly as you're saying. But I think what you're talking about, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think that keeps the Fed from cutting. It just keeps the Fed from cutting a lot.
So, but let me ask you this. Has there ever been a scenario where the stock market is at all-time high, GDP is growing, retail spending is
Grasp
high,
of
the
this
labor market
generation.
is relatively tight, and the Fed cuts? Has that ever happened before? Why would they cut?
I mean, 95, 96, you had a recalibration of policy, and the stock markets did reasonably well. So
Lagarde just said, confirmed the first cut is this summer. She's like being more explicit, I guess, on the timing than our Fed.
I mean,
That serves as confirmation that they're probably not going to move disparately from each other.
well, I think the ECB probably needs to cut a lot more than the Fed will have to.
Why?
Do you see me?
Their
as
economy
honest
is very,
maintaining
very
customer?
sluggish.
No.
Let's talk about housing. So you shared a chart with us that shows builder
It probably
sentiment
has a lot
against
to do
new home
with our
sales.
dollar, if anything.
Describe
if that
this odd
goes, then
situation
maybe
that
not.
we're looking at.
Because then we can't afford the greatest
Well, it's interesting.
military
You know,
the
home
world
building
has
stocks
ever
have generally
seen.
been on a tear over the last what?
Amazing year last year.
And it's kind of interesting
now,
because
those with the biggest
obviously
guns
rates
wins
are quite
as far
elevated.
as dominance
so,
goes.
That's a supply story.
well, there's no competition in the resale market, and builders are in the business of selling homes, and
It's
that's what they're
commodities.
doing. And so, yeah, my own view is that, I mean, you should see new home sales rise for a few more months, but I do
Twitch
think
loves
if
child
the Fed
labor.
starts cutting and mortgage rates come
Names.
down and the curve is a bit steeper than it is now, you should see mortgage spreads compress, and that could unlock a lot of inventory in the resale market. People might feel a little bit better about putting their home up for sale.
But it's not going to offset demand.
No, I don't think so. I think demand will be there, but builders will be facing more competition.
Do you think we have to just permanently get accustomed to a world where housing inventory ricochets between one
saw the
month and 3
combat
months,
drone?
and this is just what it is now?
Does it look a little
It's
different?
like a different world.
I mean,
for
we're
housing?
chronically
it has to be a
underbuilt,
little
so
bit
I
beefier,
I mean, I
carry
think it's going
weapons.
to be. I mean, inventory is going to be a persistent
What did
problem.
Logan Motoshami said? We're short 6 million homes that we should have because of the lingering effects of the crisis. Something like that. Seems like a really big number. I don't know if that's.
I think that's on the high side,
So maybe he said 3, and I just made
but
that up.
I mean, but we are in an excess sort of units for demanded.
I was
situation.
talking to somebody the other day, and she said that she was really eager to buy a home now before rates start to come down because she's afraid,
NHMD.
probably rightfully so, that there's just going to be a flood of buyers.
So
lining
Nate's
up.
I mean, we've seen it multiple
Oh
times in the
my
last
gosh,
year. If you get
3
a modest
billion
decline in mortgage
shares.
rates, you see a big pickup in purchase
Oh
demand.
my
saw that last week, right?
Get me out.
Yeah,
of
you saw it, and also
I should have
this
known
time
better.
last year.
I should have known
Okay.
better.
All right, rent. We just spoke about that, but John, chart on, please. Rent is coming down dramatically.
Yeah,
This is
any
objectively
of
good
you
news,
OGs
no?
remember
I think falling inflation, given where it's been.
what was the
is
tea
good news,
company
yes.
that changed
Do you
its name
think?
constantly?
Do you think it's possible, or of course, I don't think it's possible. How likely,
Long Island-
in your estimation,
Long Island
is it
iced
that
tea
if we
that
were
changed
to
it to
get a
Long Island
recession in
blockchain?
2024, that it's going to
guys
be from
remember
the
that?
delayed impacts of higher, tighter cost of capital, or do you think it's going to be something that we don't see coming?
I think it's going to be something you don't see coming. I don't really
Red
buy
Sea
much
issues,
into the long
it is an
environmental lag
issue.
story. I think the
Whether it
lags
becomes a
actually
bigger
show up to be
issue,
quite predictable.
who the heck
And you
knows,
see
man?
that with
That-
how people behave with
It's
respect to
Americans
housing,
are
right? I mean,
just
rates
so
come in a little bit
oblivious and numb to
the
any
activity starts
war,
up right away.
anything right now.
So if rates were
it's
going
like
to impact
nothing has
people's
cooled
spending
down.
and the labor market,
Nothing.
it probably
and it's
would
all
have
just
happened.
keeps heating up.
Right,
Keeps heating up.
there's
We're
two
the
aspects
frog
to
in the
long
boiling
variable.
pot
I
of
mean,
water,
No
man.
one can quite quantify
It's
it.
just
Like,
heating
sometimes
up.
the lags are 6 months. Sometimes
No
they're
one
18
cares.
months. I mean, I just
Macro
don't
no
think
Chinese
that that's how
issued
recent
share
period
seen
works.
increased
like
activity
more
new
Nvidia
highs.
People also
Nvidia
think it's kind of
as far as
nonlinear,
graphics
right? Like
cards,
so,
Nvidia.
the economy absorbs it for
100.
18 months, and then all of a sudden it just stops absorbing it.
Well, the
Like,
question is the transmission mechanism. If your story is that the consumer will react to higher rates, then you have to demonstrate that the consumer is dependent on short-term rates on a regular basis. And post-COVID, of course, they weren't.
Ticker
If your
ONMD,
story
Oscar
is that
November,
rates are
Michael
going to
Delta,
trigger
share seen a
layoffs,
spike
which
in
will then in
activity new
turn
highs. Note this is
affect
the micro
consumer
cap
spending.
ONMD.
And so that's the lag. You get fired, 6 weeks notice, then you're out of a job, then you're looking for a job and you're not spending. But we didn't have either of those things. We had a consumer who was just fine in terms of liquidity, number one, and then number two, nobody got fired. So so it's not even a lag. It's a
Josh Brown speaking truth here.
non-impact,
right. Well,
which
I think
is amazing.
But I think what we're getting at is that the economy, if you look at like bank loan and leases relative to GDP, nominal
saw
GDP,
Microsoft had
it's
a earnings
basically been
call, if
flat,
that's the case.
believe it or not, since 2016.
See,
so, that,
Micro-
so that means
if
that
Microsoft misses,
at the margin,
like that's
this
a
is more of an
big
income-based economy than a credit.
because they got the AI play, they got the growth,
having as much of an effect
big
on
ass
the economy.
company.
And
Are they number one?
That'd be a
the
super
biggest now?
powerful Fed if they actually
mean,
could
if they
reach
if
into,
they miss-
your W-2 and adjust
We
your debt.
well,
probably
that's,
are gonna
if
be
you want to
dropping
actually
pretty
get
good.
in, I mean,
You
inflation.
can stop inflation
Well, that
dead in its
They
tracks.
can't
that's,
miss.
I mean, one of the things I.
But if they do, then
I've said
maybe-
in client meetings is that
maybe
if you
all
really
this
wanted
talk
to
of
get,
rate
this is when
cuts
inflation was a much worse
way
problem than it
earlier
is
than
right now. But if you really wanted to get
everybody
inflation under
foresees, maybe
control,
then
Taxes?
it's warranted.
the government would
maybe they
go
see
in and
something
claw
that
back all the money
we
that they
don't
gave
get.
people during the pandemic.
Yeah, that would do
Obviously,
it. That would
I
do
think
it.
if
That would never
Microsoft
happen.
misses,
And
if
so-
we're in
You
a
also
big
have
way
a
misses,
simultaneous
whatever,
civil war,
big-
which I think is
anything
disinflating.
big,
That would be
And
very
it's like,
politically
oh.
popular.
Yeah.
maybe
Speaking
there's
of which,
something underneath.
Weisenthal tweeted this
sheets
chart
that,
from you, Neil.
we might not like.
He said, nice chart from Neil Dutta comparing UMich consumer sentiment with incumbent vote share in presidential elections. We happen to have one of these coming up.
You guys still long
If inflation
PLTR?
keeps fading and stocks go up, very easy to imagine the orange dot continuing to move up and to the right. So for the
President
audience
Biden
who's just
today
listening, can you describe the
saying
chart
the
that you
US
made?
knows how it
Yeah,
will
the chart
respond
is,
to be caught in an
I'm
attack.
long as
very
a swing.
straightforward. It's just
into
University of
their
Michigan consumer
responsible.
sentiment
all through
Look,
that.
the US
plotted
doesn't-
against the
doesn't need
incumbent share of
quote,
the
a
two-party
wider
vote. So
war
all
in
I'm
the Middle
looking at
East.
is Democrats and
Spice line.
Republicans. So,
Something
you know, for example, in
positive, too.
'92, you had a big independent candidate that got a lot of share votes. We're kind of
Ross
ignoring that.
Perot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're ignoring that.
Throw
We're
that
just,
out.
we're
Okay.
exactly. That's what the data is. I mean, it's
But
So what was that
It's
data
statistic-
point that he made?
got a lot in '92. I'm looking.
Chart that you made?
TLTR.
Yeah, the chart
People
is
losing their retirement.
very straightforward. It's just
Oh my
University of
gosh.
Michigan consumer sentiment plotted against the incumbent share of the two-party vote. So all I'm looking at is Democrats and Republicans. So, you know, for example, in '92, you had a big independent candidate that got a lot of share votes. We're kind of
Ross
ignoring that.
Perot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're ignoring that.
Throw
We're
that
just-
out.
we're
Okay.
exactly. That's what the data is. I mean, it's
So
it's statistically significant, obviously,
but
but
what is
Because
it
it's such
saying?
an outlier, right?
But what is it saying?
it's saying that if consumer sentiment keeps going up, it's going to help the incumbent.
So the polls are not bearing that out. It's incredible to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not a political analyst, but yeah, I mean, everyone I talk to thinks that Trump is going to win.
Correct.
Um,
You know what's different this time?
I'm a little skeptical of that outcome.
You know what's different this time? The people who thought Trump was going to win in 2016 kept it hidden.
Right.
That's why all the polls were wrong. This time it's different. The people that think Trump is going to win, not want him to win, just the people that think he's going to win, they just say it. They're not.
There's no silent majority.
Right.
Right. So I don't know if there's going to be that much of a shock this time. I'm not a political analyst either, obviously. But one thing that's striking to me from our lifetime, George Bush literally beat Saddam Hussein in war, not in pickleball, but like literally in 11 days, beat the shit out of this guy. Very little loss of life for
90%
U.S. soldiers.
approval rating. Yeah.
90% approval rating, and he loses the election to Clinton literally because of like
He raised taxes.
raised taxes, and they had a little mini blip of a recession in 91, like a savings and loan crisis, like so minor you can't even see it on a chart if you look back now. But that was enough for that entire victory, Operation Desert Storm, to just completely not matter. So that's how powerful.
Well,
how the
momentum matters. I mean, momentum does matter.
So the timing was a factor.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah, yeah,
also
yeah.
unemployment was going up
missing
during
his
that
gorgeous trades
period
here.
in '92. But even think about like Reagan, right, in
That was a
'84.
gorgeous trade there.
He had a sweeping landslide
NVVE
victory.
went?
Yeah.
But if you
Son
look
of
at
a
median
gun.
household
Sure
income,
did.
the famous quote of "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" Believe it or not, median household income wasn't that much higher in 1984 in real terms
But
than
the
it was.
vibes were.
Absolutely.
Well, and also 1980 was just bad.
Right, right. So that momentum is what matters. And all I'm pointing out is that look, if the stock market keeps doing generally what it's doing, if gas prices remain low, if inflation continues to moderate, people will feel a bit better in the fall.
You might have to adjust your chart for the fact that it's an 86-year-old running against an 82-year-old. So you're out of consensus there, you think? Like, you think most people right now on
Dude,
Wall Street
Biden,
think
Biden
that
wins, and
they're
Sure.
penciling in Trump.
is he going all 4 years? What's the over under on
yes,
that?
In my client meetings,
Holy hell.
it's pretty overwhelming consensus.
I have an
90 years old
optimistic
when he
take
would
on
leave-
that.
leave
This might be
office?
the first election we've ever had. It's two lame ducks running against each other. Like, you pretty much know if Trump gets in, he'll start strong. His first 100 days, he'll do a lot of like fun stuff. And then the lawsuits will start and the investigations. And that'll be like a lame duck presidency that's lame duck from day one. And Biden is literally a lame duck. Also, this is like a rare setup. It's a rare setup where you have a president, they have their 4-year term, then they're away for 4 years, then they come back and they're facing another lame duck. So if you are of the belief that Wall Street wants less activity, not more, out of either of these guys, it's probably what you're going to get.
Maybe. I mean, the other way of what I was thinking.
Oh,
was,
or we just tear each other apart and, it's the end of the
well,
world.
it seems to me that it's probably, if Trump wins, you're probably more likely to have
5
like
years.
unified Republican government. Whereas if Biden wins, the Republicans have a pretty favorable map in the Senate this year. So that could be a more divided situation. But if Trump were to win, you have unified Republican government. Anytime you have unified government in the first year,
That's what the
You're gonna get a
tinfoil
lot
hatters
more
are
action
saying.
than
Michelle
You're gonna
Obama's
get
going to replace
something. I
Biden.
don't know.
But what is the thing? It's not
I have-
another tax cut.
Our
They're not even
TikTok
talking
No,
about
it's
it.
not. It hasn't stopped them
investigation
before.
It's an
confirms
Ethereum
this.
ETF.
This theory, anyway.
I mean, so I do wonder a little bit about. I mean, people talk about like, what do you think the Taylorists
you
are?
think
Is there
the
some
Republicans are
kind
going
of
to have a full
like
Senate?
exogenous shock? Well,
That
what
would
if
take
you
a
get a
lot.
unified government? They come in, they start promising, and no one comes in promising to cut spending or raise
Well,
taxes.
here's one thing: the FTC will be gutted. Every one of these tech mergers that you can think of is back on the table.
Sure,
Tech, media, telecom, anyone can buy anyone. So that's probable.
right.
Tax cut. I don't really hear a lot about the prospect of a tax cut. But I
Well,
would
they wanna
imagine
make their
it's
permanent-
Republicans. So
Well, the Republicans want to make the
TCJA
permanent.
permanent. When does that
I see
sunset?
that.
I think at the end of this year.
Okay.
Neil, I would imagine that Jeff DeGraff doesn't care about politics and far as when he's looking at charts. He doesn't care about
Poll of the
the White House or
5 minute.
Congress or anything like
That
that.
ticker NVVE
But- and I
November
would agree,
Victor
the
Victor
politics and
Echo
stock
start
market
seeing a
is
spike in
deadly
activity,
controversy.
new
These
highs. Note this
separated
is a microcap.
Stalking this one all day. and it
heavily
finally
separated.
goes.
But it does impact the economy. Like policy can impact the economy.
Absolutely.
But we front run it.
What do you mean we front run it?
They passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act at the end of 2017. The S&P went up 30%.
No, so that's my point. I'm
We
saying
front ran the whole thing. Then it happened. Then 2018, the market was flat.
but Neil's not analyzing the stock market. Neil's a business economist. So you have
I'll
to
let Neil tell us what he's doing.
So go on.
To experiment. She's so
Well, I
hot, though.
definitely agree that.
Should I get some
I mean, if you go back to
experiment? What is-
2017, every time it looked
Move
like they
it
were
to
getting
DM
closer to making a
switchers.
deal.
I need to know what
on
the heck
tax
you're
cut
talking about here.
plan, the stock market went
'Cause
up,
listen,
and
if
it
it
looked like they were
involves
going,
rubber
getting away
gloves
from a deal,
and two
then the stock
fingers
market went down. So there was a
in
lot
your
of this sort of
butthole?
headline trading around what was going on in DC. So it
Right.
absolutely does matter. What
I
I think
need to help you pump the
is,
brakes.
people waste too much time with is just these sort of every election season you have this like litany of stuff coming out from the sell side. Like, here's my Democratic stock basket. Here's my Republican stock basket.
But you get why they do that. It's fun.
They don't
Well,
go
I think it's a waste of time for their customers.
Yeah, sure. But you get on CNBC. You get in balance. It's
Well,
part of the.
I mean, maybe you should tell the producer at CNBC not to put those people on.
Get on your soapbox. Let's talk about sell side research.
and be very personal.
No, I can't do that.
It's
Well,
just we're just
Well,
hanging out.
what about it? I mean, I've been on the sell side my entire career.
What's
so-
your, no? So generally speaking, just kidding. But generally speaking, what's the issue
she's
with
hot.
sell side research today? Because a lot has changed. I think
Tickle my butt
one of the
hole.
historic complaints about sell side research is that everyone's bulled up and everyone's trying to promote the banking business. That does not seem to be the state of sell side research today. I feel like people have been more bearish than bullish, but maybe I have that wrong.
Well, I think there's also a lot of independent sell side research that's come up, right? So I think that's a big part of it too. And so in many cases, those people that are on the sell side, they don't even have banking relationships. They don't have,
Right, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, none of that stuff matters for them. They
Okay.
don't go on these road shows and things like that. They're just
Yeah,
putting
yeah.
out research. And so I definitely think that it's been more democratized. Like anybody with a laptop and a bunch of emails can start sending stuff out, and you have Substack and whatever else, and people can do all that. And so I think there's been some benefits to that, but
It's very noisy.
I mean, you have lost a little bit of the gatekeeping as a result.
Was the gatekeeping good? Should there be more
Come on,
gatekeeping
switchers.
now?
Let's see what you're dealing with
or
here.
should best ideas win and let it be
I mean,
really messy? Let it be messy.
I'm more of that.
Also, can we
Frank,
can we
but I mean, but
spam
again, like
switchers
that's I don't own that.
emo
That's perfectly not Frank.
for
That's
good luck
at
for
my
him?
own personal cost, right? Because the more you democratize that, I mean, if you look at
Yeah, and I was really
what
hoping
the-
you'd call that.
what the street pays for research now, it's
You've avoided
substantially
two
lower than it was
massive
5, 10, 15 years ago.
But it's
right?
also being paid for differently.
stock.
Sure.
It used to be paid
plays.
for in the form of soft dollar or trading revenue or
You still
the-
have some of that for sure.
some, but
Yeah.
like to your point, there are a lot of people that don't have a trading
Is that a
desk
real person?
attached to their operation.
Switchers?
Selling subscriptions to research.
Right. And
Okay.
you're also branching out. It's not just institutional. You're doing more, private wealth
Do
managers.
you read other people's stuff, or do you try not to, just so it doesn't infect your own thinking? Like, what's your attitude toward like sharing ideas with
Freaking
other
hope you
people in
haven't
your
gotten
seat?
another picture. to
I like
confirm?
it because I think that makes you a better analyst. Like you want to hear what the other side has to say.
Okay.
Yep.
You still read like Rosie and the people that you came up with?
I will sometimes read Rosie. I don't always read him. I like Jan Hatzius. I think his work is very, very, very interesting.
Okay.
But I do read competitor research for sure.
Before we let you get out of here, what are you most interested in? What outcome are you most excited
Showed on
to
stream.
see
I only
about
show if
2024?
he
What are you
allows
looking
it to
forward
be shown.
What am I
Whatever
looking
goes
forward
on
to?
in DMs
I'm looking
stays
forward
in
to a
DMs.
continuation
You know
of
the
what we
rules.
have been seeing, which is stocks keep going up.
Do you think that do you think as an economist, do you think
Jeez,
that
makeup
arguments
doesn't-
about valuation really just come down to whether or not there's enough economic growth to justify continuing to remain at these levels? Or do you think that that's just a totally disassociated thing that people shouldn't conflate at all? Like the state of the economy relative to what price
You can
multiple people
show.
are willing to pay
Let's
for
get
the
the
S&P.
crowd's opinion. Okay.
I mean,
let
I
me make
haven't
sure you
found
don't have anything on
the
there.
valuation to be a particularly useful tool to tell you about what's going on with
All right.
equity markets.
Yeah.
This is switch. This
so
is the
I don't
chick.
pay much attention to it.
Okay.
I think, but when I look at it,
Yeah, with
it
makeup.
looks like valuation
and then you got
is,
without.
the market's less valued today than it was in 2022 when we were making highs, right?
What do you think?
What do
What
you
do
think
you
is the biggest
think?
risk to
Real fake?
the stock market continuing on its current course this year? Is it that things get too good, forcing the Fed into an
Should
about
maybe a bot?
phase,
You being
or is it
catfished?
something that we're not thinking of?
I
Tell
think
her
the
to
most
take a
obvious
picture
one
holding
is
up.
is that
I
you
don't know,
basically have
6
inflation
fingers
reheating
like this. No
more
one's gonna
quickly
have
than
a
people
picture like
expect, and
that
as a
just sitting
result,
around, right?
The Fed will have to step back in and take.
So it's not the scariest risk; it's the one that you think is the most likely.
Yeah.
If you had to like force rank all the things that could go wrong, that's the one that you think is the highest probability.
Yes.
I think Michael's
Alton
on the same page.
Man, no.
There
And I'm
are-
also a business economist. So.
and
Got
there's
him
also
with 6
obviously,
fingers.
people
Even
are
better.
watching what's going on with the
You
Red
send
Sea.
her
Does
news,
that,
she'll
does that
extort you.
translate into inflation
Oh,
more
no, no,
quickly?
no.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no, no.
sure that's
Switchers-
something else, and I'm sure by the end
Big
of,
hairy
once
dingo
Labor
is
Day
all
is
over the
we'll
freaking
talk
internet
about that.
anyway.
What's the best part of your job? What do you get the most satisfaction of on a regular basis?
Being right.
Okay, it's important. It's important.
It's like because
important to you.
I don't stick my
Picture
neck out
watching SJ
often,
or did
but when I do, and it was the right thing to do, that is gratifying. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so right now the consensus seems to have come a little bit closer to your side.
Yeah, if the
Oh
Fed
my
if the
gosh.
Fed ends up cutting in March, I'll be doing
Half
tap
West didn't
dances all
finish
over
this
the
shit,
place.
Brandon.
Because that could extend
Gotta be
the
quicker.
bull market basically.
Well, sure. And people,
Yeah,
I
to
mean,
pay
people
for
were
it.
kind of at the end of last year. I was like, yeah, they're definitely going in March, and everyone was kind of coming. The
Right.
market, and now it's like, oh, it's 40%. You know, the odds have come down. People, but again, I just, if the inflation data come in weak over the next couple of weeks, then I think March might be back on the table. So if they go in March, I'll be happy clam.
As you might imagine, we have a lot of listeners who are young and would kill to be in your seat. They would love to have they would love to
Can't believe this halted up a second
work on
time.
the puzzle
This is exactly
every
what
day
we haven't
and
had
talk to
like, all of
institutions
January.
and smart people and learn about the economy.
What's your cell phone number? How do they call you?
How do they get in touch with you? No, what would you tell people that, you know, maybe they're in the HR department at Bank of America right now, or maybe they're like the third guy on the totem pole at a hedge fund. Like what advice would you
Oh,
give
gosh.
that
I didn't
component
see
of
all
our
you guys that are
audience
trying to get
who
into
wants
poker.
to someday
I'll get
be
you
where
in right
you
now.
are?
Pin message.
Well,
If
I
you're
just think it
interested in
takes
the free
time.
little
I
poker
mean,
tourney we
if
got,
you're-
we don't like
we're on
that
the
answer.
phone.
What
Well,
else?
I don't care. I'll get you all
What's
in
the
right now.
faster
Boom, you're
answer?
in.
No, seriously, like what would you tell people to
That
get
was
into
a
the
lot of
habit of
people.
doing, or like what would you tell people is the right path?
If you have a good idea that no one else is talking about, get the evidence to back that idea up, and then make your pitch. If you're doing that, you'll stand out and
Be right.
be right and
Right.
get recognized.
Okay. Did you have fun on the show today?
I loved it.
All right. The crowd's going wild. We loved having you here.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to do favorites before we let you get out of here, but I just want to congratulate you on your profile is up. You've been right.
I was
You've
saying,
helped-
if you wanted it on the poker tourney, get in now. I got you. That's all I'm saying. It's in the pinned message. I got you. Send news and he'll let you. That too. I encourage that. Who is that dude talking? Which one? Get you. Are you kidding me? Indian guy. It might have been the news source. I didn't hear an Indian guy, but that's my news source. The Squawk. Is next just going to keep going down? Let's take a look. You're hanging around the 9 EMA right now on the 5 minute. You're okay if you're long. You know, you're in your midday lull. You know, this is the time where stocks haven't done anything recently. So, come 2-3 o'clock, does this catch wind again or catch fire again? Maybe. We do have NVVE that is hot that everybody's trading right now. So. See what this does out of the hole. When does this open up? 12:04:35. Well, it's a 10-minute halt now. Oh, jeez. Oh, you have ace king. Oh, that's not good. I need a jack. No diamond. Oh, I need a jack. I need a jack bad. Suck a dick, man. All right, let's see. RVSN, UPS. Let's see. Nexi. Waiting on a 5-minute on that sucker. Aren't down. What's this thing gonna do? But yeah, appreciate you all hanging out. That rated from Stocky's group. You guys are always welcome here. You know that. Coin flip. Okay. No hits. Oh, yes. Daddy doubles up. Needed that one. BA comments. Back in it. Like nothing happened. All right. NVVE going to open up here at 0935. CMC Big Pop. What are doing? Video rocket. If I wanted to get into day trading, what website would be the best brand? New to this? Maverick? Probably here, bro. There's not a website that I can recommend. I can tell you our group is very good at helping people. Oh my gosh, what a gap. There's just so much to learn. And there, some paid site might do it for you, but you don't need to learn day trading through a paid site. This whole channel, the whole point of this channel is to create a community of day traders and traders in general and help people find trade ideas, and for new traders to help them learn. So what I tell all new people that are brand new, that have no idea what's going on, watch the stream for a couple weeks. You're going to just absorb some basic knowledge, and from there, ask questions. There's no dumb questions. If you feel embarrassed about asking questions, just DM me. I'll be more than happy to answer them in Discord. But we get new traders all the time. It's slow is steady. It's a long process to learn how to do this. Most people fail because they don't take the time. Not because it's impossible, but they don't take the time to do it right. $5.50, hold that up. Yeah, Shred, we got raided by the Stocky. By the Stocky? What got me into it? I have a whole video on that. There you go. But in short, always been interested in stocks. And at one point I lost my job, so I dove head first into day trading and failed miserably for 2 years until I had my light bulb moment. What indicators do I use? This is my setup. It's a short little clip. I was a soccer coach at university. You don't have to be 40 to be a freaking soccer coach. What? There's a few people that are long Microsoft in earnings. Is this gonna halt? This will be like the 4th time I try to get into a halt today. It just won't let me. Jeez. Kind of straight. Golly. You're in it, Thrill? Who else is in this sucker? You're getting close to, tractor beam levels where it's just automatically going to push to 7 and beyond, right? MDAI got that close, and then it just blew its top. Oops, sorry. This is dead. Nexi, what are you doing? Still hanging out. GMB. All right. That just mooned out of nowhere. I'm going to watch bets. I don't know what's up with GMBL. There must be news on this. Cheese, do you see anything? Hey, that's a 70-cent move out of nowhere. I'm gonna go long bets as a sympathy, or is it? Not really sure what's up with the GMBL. We'll see. I don't see any news on it. Market taking a poopy. Anyone have a resumption quote on GMBL? Is it 318? Thank you, Cheese. This is a reverse split too, isn't it? What is this? 34 should get going. 34. GMBL resumption 12:20 and 31 seconds. Come a minute and a half. NVVE going again. The launch pending Malta Gaming Authority approval is targeted for Q1 2024. Thank you, Cheese. That's what I'm talking about. This freaking group giving us the goods. Is it really gapping up 50 cents? What did I say? 20, 20, 31. So just under a minute left till resumption. 303 gamble. Thank you. Flat open. And it might be okay. Might be okay. Ideally, 50 cents would have been better, but you know what? 15 seconds. There we go. 5. Needs a hold. $3 and go. There you go. Keep going. All out. Couldn't hold 3. Oh! And pops right back up. What are we doing here? Really weird price action. $3 trying to hold. Shut up, Blazing. How true is that, though, huh? Not a support at 3. See if it holds. Gonna go. Sellers. Oh, gonna go. Gonna go. Gonna go. All right, there's your cock. Yuck. Yep, missed it. Where's these sellers? What? That was a nice 1 minute. I chickened out. I didn't take it. Supported that 350 level. Not a fan of that pullback. Top tick SJ. I'm not even playing the stock. What are you talking about? UPS breaking out of a rising wedge. Wow. Nexi might build out a 5-minute here. I'm in BETS. Sympathy to this. They typically move together, which I'm actually shocked that GMBL is not moving. Okay. Starting to get a little bit, but that's after GMBL has pulled back quite a bit, so I don't know. Oh, there's a take it off the table. I'll just take it off the table. UPS 1 minute cuck and go. Why are you raising, homie? We're all calling you. You think you're going to bluff us out now? Come on. Bix lows as we roll. Interesting. Tell you what, if this news is true that they're opening up their casino, this company's worth way more than $1 million, right? $80 million partnership. Remark? The company's market cap is $7 million. Is this the juice Daddy needed? Cost base is way down here, man. Don't you freaking pull back. Mark is in the Trump basket? How much revenue does Remark pull in? Yahoo Finance, because 70 million might be your revenue, and that they could already do billions of dollars revenue. I don't know. MARK. Let's look this shit up. See if it's going to get stupid or not. Finances. Make it cheese. Why isn't it showing me the financials? Where'd they move all this stuff to? They changed it all around. Financials. Stupid. Revenue. 5 million in 11 million in revenue. So they did 11 million in revenue last year. This is 70 million. GMBL looking like it's gonna juice. DDA5 MGC. Let's go high a day here. I gotta find this tweet from that dude. GMBL high a day now. Golly. What's Bets doing? Not doing anything yet. Alright, MARK high a day. Can you break through? A lot of steady volume here. Big push. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Ladies and gentlemen. Daddy's on a juicer. Let me test. There we go. Let me be clear. Remark has dicked us over so many times that this juicer didn't get me completely bricked up just yet. But it's enough to get it tingling. Let me tell you that right now. All right. It got the juices flowing a little bit. Okay? We've been in these spots before and Remark just completely just stomps on our blue balls. And we don't like it. But please, for the love of God, let this be good. Let this be the one. Let this be the one that sends us to the stratosphere. Remark CEO, you are the blue ball king. I'm speaking directly to you. How many a time you've given us the juice only to realize we've been pissed in our face? Not the juice we want. You know what I mean? Not the juice we want. So forgive me if I'm sitting here with 5,000 shares up 29%, 30% on this one position. And I'm sitting here a little pissed off. Okay, Remark? Excuse me if I don't believe it. That I could actually potentially have a juicer in my hands. Thank you, Master Big Daddy, for the 100 biddies. Sending the juice higher.
Let's go.
This is my own mix.
Shrink balls.
This is my own mix right here. Huh? Mark has options. Send it, bitches. They're not even lighting up yet. They're not even lighting up. 250? Okay. All right. Okay. This is my own mix. This is my own mix. Huh? Can we get over 50 and say nothing? Send it to 50, say nothing. Send it to $1. Send it to a freaking dollar bill. If you can't get to $1 when you've got a partnership for a $70 million contract with Microsoft, you don't deserve to be in this game. You don't deserve to be in the penny stock game. Your drunk YouTube comments.
Thank goodness we don't need to rely on used bowling shoes anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mr. SJXX spinning the turntables for you today. Sorry, YouTube, you're about to get DMCA'd.
Don't trip by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip by the dip, by the dip, by the dip, by the dip, by the
Come on!
by the dip, by the dip. Don't trip by the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking pips. Market look embarrassed by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. Sour cream and onion dip. Scoop it with some ruffle chips. Sink 'em like Titanic ship. Bartender, here's a tip. Crypto face is the truth. He can even show you proof. This is market cipher school. Rory made you say, ooh, wish I had one too. Making plays on trading view. Waiting on a blue triangle. I just call it Blue's Clue. Portfolio diversified. Keep my balance classified. Scared to look you terrified. But when you did, you almost died. All good before you went.
Let's push this 50!
Couldn't believe your eyes. Where the hell did your money go? You like, oh my God, what the fuck happened? Bitcoin dumping in my sleep. Woke up-
Addy Trader, let's go. 31 months.
Keep my eyes on the prize. Bought some Hex.
We need to start stretching our legs here. I don't like these little cocks. I want some big girthy cocks. I want the big ones. The big girthy ones. The big girthy green ones. All right? You can't buy those in the store. That's the one I want. All right? The organic one. Hitting more wires. Let's go!
Don't trip by the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking pips. Market look embarrassed by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip. The market crashed on me, but it's not my ass, homie. Time to rise up out the flames like a motherfucking phoenix, flying high in the sky. And I motherfucking mean it. Put it all on the house. I can't help it cause I'm greedy. Got a family, gotta feed it. All my followers, man, they need me. We can all get rich together. Talk about financial freedom. BTC, ETH, XRP, that's a threesome. Three-way. Blockchain tokens got your boy really eating. Cryptocurrency is a gift from God. All praises to the Most High. Help me beat the odds, playing smart, so I don't get rich like you pencil next. Wear a crew, call me Spider-Man, the way I spider line. Until we positioned in and I exit trades right on time. Might tell you a secret, but I'll never drop a dime. Favorite pastime, sitting back, watching candles climb. If they go the other way, keep calm and don't trip. Body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip. Don't trip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip. Don't trip, body dip. Get my chips and dip. Hollow coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking dip. Market looking bearish. Body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip, body dip. Don't trip. It ain't over for me. It ain't over for me. It ain't over for me.
Sold 3,000 shares.
It ain't over for
I don't like that break at 50 and coming back down. Okay. Mert, anytime UPS ripping, jeez. Anytime you hit a juicer like that, you got to be in a good mood. No press release. Okay, yeah, exactly. So I'm a little hesitant to say this is going to the moon, and I feel like it's a little bit of a bullshit headline. Cheese brought up a good fact that it's part of the basket of companies that probably are getting that 80 million, not just Remark. That's probably the case. And couple that with the fact that we know their CEO loves to try to pump the stock. Just got a whole VWAP. Just got a whole VWAP. Puerto Rico earthquake? I highly doubt it. Nexy getting interesting. Just throwing that out there. Trying to sell everyone on AI powered temperature meters for big. Did they? What's the best way to estimate price changes? I'm pretty new to any. Estimate price changes? Not really sure what you're asking, Ocean Floater. Are you talking about swing trading? Talking about day trading? We don't really know where price are going. We can kind of guesstimate with probability which direction it's going to go in the moment. But to try to, if there was a magic indicator that told everyone where price was going, everyone would have it, and then it probably wouldn't work. It's going down if I buy in. I don't know, Odin. It's weird. So this 40 looks like it's gonna give up the goose here, huh? Like I said, there's no. I mean, I guess you could do certain patterns and run the statistics on how often they work or not, but there's so many different characteristics of each individual stock. You can't guesstimate the range. I mean, you can get the average true range, but even then, that's just an average, right? You don't know where a stock's going to go. All you can try to do is come up with a game plan and execute on that game plan. I didn't realize you were in. I'm all bricked up. I would have folded. Oh my God. Full house. Yeah. Like I said, we're just coming up with strategies for. Okay, let's just talk about this trade. So 50 cents, right? In American trading culture, $half and whole dollar are big psychological levels, especially in the retail space. Everybody wants the 50-cent breaks for a quote unquote short squeeze. And same thing with the dollar. What normally happens is they break and then they become sell events because everybody was waiting for that moment and it got it. And there's no buyers left to send it past those levels. That's pretty much what happened here. Biggest volume bar was the break of 50. So now what? Now we're in the pullback mode. We'll see how deep the pullback goes. Right now it's touching lower Bollinger Band. It's close to the 618. If you do fibs, we have all these tools. We could throw them out there, see what sticks, give us a picture of maybe what happens next. Do we bounce off this 40-cent level and curl back up? I don't know. Right now, the current pattern is a downward trend, right? Downward, downward, and this is the question mark now. Do we continue down? We can set levels. We can see where typically price should curl at. But that's all we can do is just kind of see what the animal has. What we thinking about AMD? It's freaking animals, what it is. Do they have earnings today? I wouldn't look too much into this. This is the market just kind of doing the exact same thing. So what am I? Okay, so I can't really speak of where I think this is going. What I am looking in my trade idea. I only have 2,000 shares left of 10,000 shares I took. I don't normally take 10,000 shares, FYI, but on a penny stock with news that's a low float, I'll do it. especially if I'm early, which I was. It was extremely early. Thank you, News Plays. By the way, if you're not using News Plays and you're a day trader, get on it. There you go. 25% Benzinga. That's the one that alerted me first. Trade Exchange is the other news source I use. Both are links there. So that 25% off, you're welcome. That move right there would have paid for like 2 years of Benzinga. So I played it. I made profit. I didn't know where it was going. You can only just take profit, right? I don't know how true the news is. I don't know if it's the CEO just fluffing the stock again like he always does. All I can do is play the price action after the fact, keep all those ideas in my mind frame and trade it. Play off of what I see. On that first initial pop, I sold half of it just to know I had profit because, again, I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know if the news is even true or how true it is. But I know I guaranteed myself profit. And then from there, it was playing around with fun shares. And I would absolutely stop out, break even on the rest, right? So kind of thinking we go break 40. The question is do we break 40 and bounce? I know, Fluffer, when I see it. Yeah. Yeah. But right now, this ain't looking so hot. For a deal with Microsoft, right? And we're not mooning. We've pulled back to the 618 on a fib. Really? We're only up 18% on a deal with Microsoft? Then you start doubting that news. You're like, maybe it's a little bullshitty. Maybe it's a little bullshitty. Starting to break the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. That's a big no-no. Only the Twitter thing. Let me see if Benzinga gave me the link. Oh yeah, they just gave me the link. Okay. What's nice is that since I have the high beta squawk, here it is. They give me, I can ask them questions, the guys that actually send out that stuff that you heard, or you didn't hear, I guess. And I asked for the link and they gave it to me. So this is the thing. It's official. Remark AI Global together. $8 million initial partnership. Just have I don't know. Seems kind of fluffy. So there's your 40 break, right? No reclaim going on just yet. We'll see a reclaim of that. Definitely do not want to come down there to 38. NWSA. So this is your 618 previous support, massive level. If this goes, then this is just going to give it all back. My guess. You have a king? Oh, saved by the freaking queen. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Pile. Whew. The poker gods shine their light upon me. All right, to start feeling good about yourself again, if you're still long, we'd be looking for 43.11 to break. This horizontal right there. That's what we're looking for. All in. Jeez. And then we got to get back over VWAP. You're the market maker now. Wait, Pile just went out? Jeez. Jeez. Let's freaking do this. He folds. Oh, great. I'm losing. Oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, give me a diamond. Give me a diamond and shove it up their asses. No diamond. I make call. Soybeans. Want a diamond of that? You know. 41.7. See if this 1 minute does anything. Failed cuck. Don't feel good about this one. Oh, give me a club. No, no club. I'm lost. I lost. King, 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 king. I'm out. Could Zynga be a tax write-off? 100% a tax write-off. It's a absolute write-off. 100%. Anything that you use for work in the day trading, well, at least it's one I write off anything and everything. Buying new computer equipment. Props for the stream. I mean, anything. Pussy liquor was not a write-off. That was a gift. Cocaine. Yeah, drugs. You can write off food too if you review it on stream. Maybe, if that's how I make money. Yeah, but I have a bunch of professional subscriptions, is what I tell my CPA that they are. 100%. 100% are write-offs. Like, if you're not writing off Benzinga, like, I'm not saying do anything. This isn't anything illegal. This is 100% a write-off. I'm not a CPA. Or a tax professional for that matter, but I know that's a write-off. All right, trying to push 43. We'll see if it doesn't. Wow, I'm all bricked up. Wins at 3 of a kind. Aces. Oh, that's not it. It might be a run if you're trading through an LLC or trust, not an IRA account or individual account. If you're a day trader and you have trader tax status, 100% a write-off. 100% a write-off. If I was subbing to a channel on Twitch where the person helps me find trade ideas for my work, I'm writing that subscription off to his channel for a year. Some do girl on OnlyFans that helps with my training. Yeah, I'd hate to explain that to the auditor. So, what's your name? Dude Birdkit. Let's talk about this OnlyFans subscription. Could you just enlighten me a little bit about what you use that for? Yeah. Depreciate over 10 years? I don't know. I'm not the pro when it comes to depreciation. I would assume it's the one-time price you paid that year. I don't know. Vic's still out low. Yeah, I don't understand this move, but I do understand that Riley just ripping here for some reason. So we're getting our break of this level that we're talking about. Now we got to go see about 44. VWAP. Again, not a huge fan of this pullback, but it's doing everything that we thought it'd do so far. No, VIX did do that stupid move yesterday. No idea why. It was real. Something broke. What if I watch porn while I trade to calm me down? Is that a business expense? Hard to argue with it, you know? Cam, you missed my tinfoil hat session on Michelle Obama. Mike, oh god. No. Oh jeez. It's not what we're talking about. Oh my gosh, Big Mike. Not the G Suite. Oh, C-Bus with the freaking clips. What is this one? I already know what it is. I don't even have to look at it. How many a time you've given us the juice only to realize we've been pissed in our face? Not the juice we want. How many a time you've given us the juice only to realize we've been pissed in our face? You got a point. Is there any good Discord or group chats for investing I can join? Yeah, ours. You're welcome. Free. Let's go. I'm not selling you nothing. When I say this is a community of traders, this is a community of traders for free. I'm not selling you nothing. We are legitimately here trying to help everybody make some freaking money. We are plankton. No. We are what plankton feed on in the ocean that is the stock market. We have to swim together to survive. I don't know if the Discord link works. Here, this one will. And this one's a fresh one. Get in here. It's a great group. This channel and Discord combine to make one of the best trading groups on all of the interwebs. Oh my gosh. Discord is not intolerant of stupid shit like Twitch is. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, there is a more business professional demeanor needed for Discord, FYI. You'll get banned pretty quickly if you start being an idiot. But for everybody else, let's go. Do a poll. Who's worse, Democrats or Citadel? I think we all can agree that Citadel is
MARK,
freaking
remark
worse.
shares ticking
Also,
higher
if
now
you're
off the
ugly, I
earlier
recommend
highs, up
subscribing. It helps with
32%.
your
Company
looks. This is true. Swinchers is onto something. It's something we haven't talked about in over a year and a half.
Making remark
The longer
AI
you sub to
Global
this channel,
together $80 million initial partnership,
scientifically unproven, that you will become better looking. That's a
possibly,
fact.
not a
I mean, look at
legitimate,
switchers.
post
The before and after
checking on
pictures are
that.
startling. That's why I put. Any good thrifts as a lady? You have. Oh, I did. I already put them up. There's a new company I found. Check this out. Collars and Company. Never heard of their polos. They're nice, thick material. The collar, shocking, I know, is like thick, next level, right? This shirt, guess how much this shirt goes for? Just guess. It's not crazy, but guess. How much I could sell a used shirt like this for? Just guess. $40. I bought 3 of them. I saw 3 of them. I went, okay, so whenever you're in the thrift store and you come across brands that you haven't seen before, you can't spend the time to look all of them up. But if you're going through and you see like 3 of the same brand, and you're like, okay, maybe I should look this up because if it's good, there's 3 of them right there. That's what happened with this guy. I passed up 2 of them because they weren't right next to each other. but they were kind of in this much of a space. And I was like, okay, this is the third one. Let me just look it up. Whoa, Collars and Company, never heard of it. No idea where it's from. Resale value is $40 a shirt. Yoink, 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 $120. I spent $15. I've already sold one. I have Hugo Boss shirts that I like. Hugo Boss was hot for a while, at least the polos. I have 4 of them that I can't sell for $10. So certain Hugo Boss is hot, don't get me wrong, but the polos, not doing it. Long sleeve, not doing it. Do you maintain a margin after shipping? I make a profit. I don't care about margin. I'm trying to get max, obviously. But I mean, all my shirts are $5 each for the most part. I charge the user for shipping, so I mean, I'm not going to be out shipping price. Trump wears Huggy Boss. I need something very risky. High reward, you know. Well, that would be 0 day. Or what is it? What's today? Is it NVIDIA today? What's the earnings today, Cheese? Have you posted yet in Discord? If you want super risky, you just go ahead and play those weekly options on Microsoft. Yeah, go ahead, do that. You're probably going to lose, but that's what you want. Do I have to accept the double counter bot? Yes. If there's 2, it's on accident, but do 0 days. Oh my gosh, Buzz. You think 0 days is wild? Check out NDX. Pure DJ. What's up, Mutt? Yeah, I saw what you said. Freaking crazy. Ladies and gents, I think this is the best day of the year so far. And in January on a high note. I've been trying to freaking go slow. It's nice to hit a juicer here, end of the month. Zero days how I make my money. Oh, jeez. Nexi, is it doing stuff? Yep. Dance while waiting. Just copy her. What is this? Lyoth. How do you say her name? Who is this? What am I looking at? Why is there 3 of her? Is this one of those Asian chicks? It is. I knew it. What in the world? Is she Asian? There's an Asian chick that does this with the triple screen and everything. She's not Asian. She's got what am I looking at? Oh, those are freaking bolt-ons. Are you sure she's not Asian? CVX. Uh-oh. Watch oil. What we got here, Chase? Next, he's starting to juice. Keep an eye on that. Oh, I'm sure she's a good dancer, dude. I'm sure you're watching her for her dance skills. Also, she's disqualified as bolt-ons. You sure she's not Asian? She's got the I don't know what language that is, but it's certainly not English. Okay, this does nothing for me. Whoever linked this, ban yourself, because this does nothing for me. Zero. I'm actually repulsed. I like the ones that are reruns. That's funny. Gary Vee. Is he live right now? Mark coming back up, starting to get juicy again. This seems like it's gonna go high a day. ISF earnings after close earnings per share 278, high low 30 average. Price up. Thank you, Cheese. Wow. Wow. Well, if that isn't like picture perfect fib, man. All right, where's the extensions now? Where are we headed? Is it crazy to think 55? I don't think so. I mean, this is picture perfect fib retracement. What's the what range does this have on massive? What is this? 22 cents? Where are we at now? 21 cents. How much is this? Oh, let's see. What we got total? 21. 22. What's this? 27. Wow. RVSN, that just dumped. Is there an offering? No, that's just technical. Hot damn. All right, let's see if this holds any level. It's a solid break. Let's see if it holds any level. LTR. Trying to curl. That 55 really needs to hold. We'll see though. Did that hit the... News against PDD here. Wow, this is getting kind of thin. Did you see that move all the way to 58 there? Get through it. Get through it. Get through it. Yes. Oh, we need to see it continue. Adizo, if I sold right now, I'd have a 2K a day. But I ain't selling. I ain't selling. I ain't leaving.
The only way to do it is to automate.
For years, I've been telling you guys never to take no for an answer, right? You know, to keep pushing, to never hang up the phone until you
All
get
rise.
what you want. Because you all deserve it. You know this fucking deal that I'm about to sign? Barring me from the securities industry, barring me from Stratton, my home. The fuck is that, you know? I'll tell you what it is. It's me taking no for an answer, you know? It's them selling me, not the other way around. It's me being a hypocrite is what it is. So, you know what?
That's a great MARK. Note company is following up with a tweet. Looking forward to partnering with Microsoft on Remark AI
MARK,
computer
noted
vision.
tweet now. Looking forward to partnering with Microsoft Azure and
The show goes on.
A full tweet posted in the Happy
This is
Slack
my
channel.
home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball. Let's go.
Stocks seeing continued activity in new highs for MARK.
They're gonna need to send in the National Guard or fucking SWAT team. Yes! They ain't going nowhere. Fuck them.
That cut off abruptly, didn't it? Eski, did you watch the video? It explains it all, my friend. Watch that video, my man. I didn't learn it anywhere. It was from trial and error that I stumbled upon it. It's nothing new. This trading method has been around. I just didn't know it. See, when I started trading back in the day, you didn't have communities like this. Twitch didn't exist. Streaming was damn near impossible anywhere. You had to pay to be part of a community, so you didn't learn from other people and you didn't know what things were called. You didn't know what trading patterns were called for the most part. You had to figure this crap out by yourself. So, kind of stumbled upon it. It's called the 2-bar play or 3-bar play, the candle over candle method. I just called it candle over candle because I didn't know it was called the 2-bar play, 3-bar play, whatever bar play back in the day. And I just called it what it looked like. Pop, pull back, candle over candle. Portfolio insurance, jeez. So now that we're this high, you've got one more level here on the daily chart, which now it's like a tractor beam up to 73. And everybody's thinking over 73 we moon. And it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. If this level can hold, we go into 73.
Remarketing 70 cents at the high now, up 100.
I was actually one of the first investors in Bob was on the P sheets. Paying for information doesn't make that info any better than the free info out there too. Actually, a lot of people have I'm paying, so it must be good by us. It's true, and I can understand that. You know, a lot of times the value people put on things is how much they pay for it. So I understand that people see a free community, they're like, oh, can't be that good. It's free. But the reason why we are free is because when I started out, I mean, granted, I'm going to hit you with ads. Let's be honest. Twitch is making their money off of you. But as far as the thousands of dollars a year, the reason why it will always be free is because when I started out, I wanted a community because you're trying to learn, but you don't want to spend $2,000-$3,000 a year in a chat room, which we all had to do back in the day to have a sense of community, to figure this piece of shit thing out. Because you certainly can't do it by yourself. So anyway, And I told myself if I ever made it as a trader, I'd have a free community so new people could learn this stuff in a fostering environment. And that's what happened. Started Discord years ago when Discord finally became a thing. We built it from there. And then when I had the balls to stream, that was the eventual goal, because it's a lot easier to explain things when people can see you trade. You should have seen it back in the day when we were trying to explain things to new people, typing everything out, copy, pasting, screenshots. It sucked. But it's also pretty hard to trade in front of 400 people, 500 people, whatever, 200 people. They're going to see everything. You got to have confidence, and it sucks sometimes. But that was the eventual goal. And finally made the leap. Good thing the leap, the year that I went live on Twitch, I didn't have a red year and really dick everything up and kill my confidence. But ever since, we've been Gucci. Save us of safe spaces. Here's a 1 minute cock right now. For those who are wondering what the heck the candle over candle method is, this is a prime example of it in work right here. So I'm not looking, if I wasn't in this, I would not be looking to just, let me pull this back a little bit, to blindly get in this thing and just hope it goes higher, right? I'm looking for a pullback. So this is our move up, candle over candle over candle over candle over candle over candle, right? This is a pullback candle. We finally did not make a new high on a candlestick, so we call this our pullback candle. And then candle over candle would be the next candle that breaks the high of the last pullback candle. In case we only have one pullback candle. The break of that, we're looking for higher the run immediately, which this got, and then I'd be taking profit. It's a momentum play. It only works in momentum. This has got pretty strong momentum here. We are now breaking over the 72 mark. The last line in the sand is 76, which is the 200-day, which we are trying to break over now. You've got a massive gap up at 89. Well, I wonder if there's a diagonal here that I'm not seeing. No, okay. So we're safe there. We'll see. We need to pull back and consolidate for a little bit here. Why isn't that first red one a pullback candle? Don't want everybody to understand that part. So it has to not break. It can't make a new high. Color doesn't matter. So if it makes a new high and comes down, that's not a pullback candle. This made a new high. So if you zoom in, this green candle's high is here. This candle's high is a little bit higher than it. So it's still part of the move up. When it stops making new highs, then we count it as a pullback. Color doesn't matter. Does that make sense, Darren? Preaches. We don't see color. Be a lamp or a life pole or a ladder. Do a poll. Who slept with more guys, Salt Life or Dr. Sauce? Oh my God. For those who are new, we have Cam, who is our in-house. What do you describe yourself? You used to be MAGA, but political troll, let's call it that. He will say things that probably most people will be offended by. But as long as he doesn't stir up too much shit, we tolerate it. Village idiot. I don't know. He gives good trade ideas. He just loves calling Dr. Soils gay. Dr. Soils would probably be the opposite of Cam in the political spectrum anyway. Crazy uncle in Thanksgiving. That's a good way to put it, Cater. That's a good way to put it. Soils is gay. No, Soils is not gay. Hey, Rana says, when I first pick, I'm back in Haley now. If she doesn't show some side boob soon, I'm going back to Trump and MAGA. Oh, jeez. I gotta sit down. So this would be a pop pullback candle over candle. Now this pullback a little deeper than I'd like, but and also in the pullback, we don't really want 4 minutes of pullback. So we're on 1, 2, 3 minutes right now. This candle kind of needs to go. Otherwise, we are going to need to wait for a 5 minute, which isn't necessarily bad either. Say Mark was your knight in shining armor day. Yeah, it definitely. If I look at my winnings today, Mark was by far the biggest, I'm sure. Let me look that up. Yeah. Currently up 1,400 on Mark, but right behind it was $800 in RVSN. Jeez, did that really hit 75? Or does someone just get like weird fill up there? This might make me stop out. That's a 5 minute candle into candle now. That's a failed move. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the rest out. I don't like that candle at all. All right. $2K day, first $2K day of the year. It's been a freaking hot minute. I don't know. I think you gotta wait for a 5 minute on this. Made 18 points in a fight is jeez. The thing I wasn't clear on from the cock video is how do you know when something is breaking out like this? So you don't. It's a momentum play, so you let it break out. That's the whole beautiful part of the cock method is you don't know if you don't know if stock is going to break out, then you shouldn't be playing the cock. You want it to look like this, and while it's looking like this, that's when you're playing the cock. You know, if you're going sideways in this muckery, you're not playing the cock. You're not looking for it. Let it do a big move, And once you see a big move, you're looking for the big move. That's where you're making your money, right there. If you feel like a stock has legs, you can keep a little bit and then stop out, break even. You know, if you think it's going to have some legs and move bigger. But otherwise, you just stay out of it. You wait for the pullback. Boom. Right there's your finally got a pullback. And then you go candle over candle. Boom. Oops. Enter there. Exit here. Well, at least exit. That's the idea, is you want that move to happen immediately. If it doesn't happen immediately, then you're out anyway. It's a momentum trade. This looks like it's going to go again. Might need 5 minutes, though. We'll see. Why did you lower the dollar amount you trade with? I feel like you used to trade with 10x the same dollar amount. It's just according to account size. And also this year, since last year kind of sucked for momentum plays, I'm trying to scale up intraday. So in the morning, I'll take 500 to 1,000 shares. If I get a cushion on the day, then I'll increase that share size. So I'm going to scale as long as I have the bankroll, the profit to scale on the day. So last year was not a good year for momentum trades, which is mainly what I do. And I would start off the day with 2,000, 4,000 shares, and my first trade would be down 400, 600 bucks if it was red. And then the whole day, I'm like trying to crawl out of that hole from the first trade. So I decided this year, here's your 5 minute, by the way, 5 minute cock over 73.5, which is there, which, what is this, 75.8? Jeez, it's gonna go. Big bid. One pullback, please. Anyway, I'd spend the whole day trying to get out of that hole, and it sucks. So I said, you know, this year, since momentum has been pretty weak, last year anyway, then I'll start off small. And, oh gosh, start off small intraday, and then once I get a cushion, I'll scale up intraday. It is really thin here. It's starting to get a little spready. Under 72, I'm out. Dip and rip. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. See if that's 73 hold. No, can't hold. Sorry, I see a lot of questions, but I'm gonna get out of this trade, then I'll answer. This was not a candle over candle play, by the way. This was thought we were gonna break through high day. Tap that 77.37 twice, and on the second time I thought we were gonna go, but we didn't. So this would be a candle over candle potential. Not a huge fan. I really would want that 90 MA to hold, which it's not. so I'm gonna get out.
TRVN, low price stock getting a pop here on volume,
see.
up about
So
7.5%.
The smarter play would be to
Tango
wait for
Romeo
the
15
pullback and
November.
then candle over candle. This was a more risky play that I tried to get. It didn't work out. So you enter as soon as the candle moves past the high of the pullback candle, or do you wait for the first candle to vary? No. As soon as I believe that first pullback candle is going to break, I enter. So I anticipate the break. A lot of times, if you wait for it to break, you're playing catch up. So as soon as it's coming up to that level and I anticipate it breaking, I'm going to get in for a little earlier, and I want that break to push me into profit territory. So this would be the candle over candle. And in this situation, again, we want it to immediately go. See how that you get a first pulse up. Once it starts looking like it slows down, I'm starting to take profit. So up here, you have Bollinger Band, which is typically resistance. I'm probably out now. If I took this trade, it'd probably be out at least half running into that. If it looks like it keeps going, if it's going to go, I'll hold it for a move close up here. But Bollinger Band usually is resistance, but it's kind of pushing through it. So anyway, it was a profitable trade. If you took it, didn't get up to here where you're looking for, still profitable. Now, I'm not holding this if weakness looks like it's coming in. Like, we want the move to happen immediately. As soon as this level breaks, I'm looking for this almost immediately. I don't want to grind it up here. Can it grind up there? Sure, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want an immediate move. There's your high day. Here's a voice. Yeah, that's Benzinga. That's the news source I'm talking about. There's your link. Let me know if you have any questions about that. It is an affiliate link, but I don't promote them because they're bullshit. I promote them because they're freaking awesome for day traders.
Remark hitting 80 cents now, up 128%. MARK.
$100,000 share seller. 77. Oil. Still doing it? Huh. So let's see if this previous level holds. Iraq Armed Group suspends military and security operations against U.S. forces. Oh, that's nice of them. We haven't had the MACD cross up here. It's still down. Boom. Is that a real tick? So. A lot of orders going through right here. It's like almost frozen. This needs a 5-minute pullback. All right, so now you got your 5-minute pullback. When that happens, we're not really looking for cocks anymore on the 1 minute. We want the 5-minute to be in an upward trend as we're looking for 1 minute plays. So we let this pull back on the 5-minute chart, and when it goes candle over candle, then we can come back to the 1 minute to look for candle over candles. Do you have a candle under candle video? No, I don't, Darren, but it's the exact same thing, but to the downside. So, trying to think of a stock that's maybe save today. It's really low volume. PS maybe. So same idea through here, right? And again, you want momentum, so you want it to look like this. Once this something starts to look like this, then you can look for the candle under we call it the drop, bounce, and then candle under candle. Drop, bounce, 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 bounce. So this is now 4 minutes of bouncing. I'm not taking a candle under candle at this point. It's got to be 2 to 3 minutes. 1 to 3 minutes is ideal. Sometimes I'll take the 4th. If you're into 5 minutes, not really happening. Anyway, so that wouldn't be off the list. Then it drops again. Okay, fine. Dropped without me. I don't care. Look for the bounce. Here's your bounce candle. Candle under candle. Boom. Short that. Looking for profit. Cover. Rinse, repeat. Bounce, bounce. This actually candled under candled. Didn't break the low. Stop out immediately, right? Bounce, bounce, bounce. Candle under candle. This one grinded. Take your profit. Bounce, bounce. Candle under candle. Big wick down. Taking profit. As soon as it looked like it was going to bounce, you're out, right? This one did not break the low of the run. It actually turned it into what we call an M pattern, which is, looks like this, right? So it failed the candle under candle continuation, came up for a second attempt to break out, failed to do that, then goes. So it's an M. The breakdown spot would be right there. Short that, looking for the lower of the run, take your profit. So their momentum plays. RVSN, is it RVSN? There you go, that's a good one. Big move. Big move down. Down, down. Down, bounce, candle under candle, looking for low of the run, take your profit. Rinse, repeat, down, 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 bounce, bounce, candle under candle, look for low of the run, immediately, take your profit. Rinse, repeat. Down, 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 bounce, 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 bounce. This is 4 minutes of bouncing, so I probably would be a little hesitant to take this. If I did take it, it'd be on a short leash. Take the short there on the candle under candle. In this case, I would not have been holding for 3 minutes. It gave me that, and if it looked like it just stalled, I'd take my profit. Oh yeah, seconds for sure. You're not holding for minutes usually. If you think a stock has legs, then you can hold a piece, but your stop loss is certainly going to be break even. And again, these are momentum plays. If you try to use a candle over candle at any time in the middle of a stock that's just going sideways, you're just going to get chopped out. You are looking for a dramatic move in one direction, and you're trying to play the continuation of that move. We're looking for this. If you're looking to play Cox, you're looking to play a stock that looks like this. Floor data point. Thank you, Cheese. Good questions. He's talking about Discord snapping. Let's put a big old post in here. No problem, Darren. Thanks for hanging out. That's right, async. Don't get it mixed up. So what am I looking for now? I'm looking for this 5 minute to chill out on the downward move. We've got this red line, this 90 EMA on the 5 minute chart. Seeing if that offers support. We want it to offer support. Trying to see if we'll get a curl off of that. If not, and it starts tanking, it's a good trade. The fun's over for that one. We'll see. $100,000 shares insider purchase RAV 1.96. Well, that's right here. 100,000. That's Benzinga calling that one out. Let's see if that hits the other wires and gets a pop. Yeah. It's $100,000 or $100,000 shares. Just gonna get out. Oh, it's $100,000. I thought it was 100,000 shares. All right, break even trade there. One thing I don't like Beta Chuck, he's great at calling stuff out, but when he does that, he doesn't tell you the shares. He tells you the dollar amount, and he doesn't specify. He just says 100,000 at $1.96. 100,000 what? Shares? Dollars? What? Insider bought on that. What's the news? PS, nice move. Arc pulling back the VWAP, it looks like. Company-wide layoffs at PayPal. Lay off people. Moon. Market's popping. Why do you like Zelle over PayPal? I'm asking it genuinely, Cam. I've never used Zelle, so I have no idea. Use PayPal plenty. Do you only day trade, or do you take bigger time frame trades? I do have a swing account. However, my income mainly is day trading. At least my usable income. Someone tried to open an account under my name and they just banned my name completely. In where, Buzz? No, I don't touch gold. On Twitch? Where? Bank of America? Jeez. Holy hell. All right, I'm going to call it here, boys and girls. Absolute banger of a day.
Keeps going until nobody does anymore.
Frickin' killed it. I'm going to enjoy my day. First 2K day of the year.
Slay. Nice.
Let's frickin' go.
That is cool. That is nice.
I feel like it'd stick around, but I also, with the first 2K day of the year, I probably just lock it in, not try to overtrade.
Yeah.
Just grab a hold of it. Let that green drip, 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 drip all over me.
Anyway, don't believe anything they say. Slay girl.
Captain, Burrito Pants, it was mostly MARK, and then RVSN. Not the juice we want, son of a... We're gonna raid Vokunzul. She's making some sweet cosplay stuff. We'll be back out tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you all for the donos and all the new follows today. Golly, there's a lot of them. You guys are awesome. Be back at it early in the morning. Peace out. We're gonna raid Voke. God help her. I wonder how fast she bans Cam. It's probably a world record. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
But it's not. Get used to it.
The over-under is 10 seconds. Or no, 1 minute. 1 minute.
And literally, it is the best thing.
See you guys tomorrow.
If you guys want, I can do like a whole skincare thing once, but like a whole skincare stream, because I'm really into skincare, like body care in general, also hair care, and hey, whoa, okay.